Chapter 468. Having returned to the route, Wu Ming was like an emperor who had ascended to the throne once more, wiping out all the rebels who had taken the opportunity to cause trouble outside. The route regained its peace. Wu Ming had a headache as he collected the mana residue left behind by the backup machine's self-destruction, preparing to use the chaotic nature of the route to reassemble it. After all, this was the route, and it was something that could be done. And Wu Ming's headache wasn't because of that, but because of the self-destruction. Because Wu Ming had used the backup machine just now, Wu Ming had sacrificed the rook to save the king, and had perished together with the backup machine's body and the black soil of the route. As it turned out, the effect was outstanding. However, self-destruction wasn't something that could be done casually. Wu Ming's body just now wasn't his main body, and therefore self-destructed without any pressure. Then, he was hit by the spiritual impact left behind by the self-destruction. In all kinds of novels, TV shows, movies, and anime, people would see all kinds of people self-destructing. Some were villains who self-destructed, some were supporting characters who self-destructed to protect the main character, and some were protagonists who self-destructed to kill the big boss. Basically, the result was death. Even if there were resurrections, those who self-destructed would be as spirited as gods because of the invincibility buff they received when they were resurrected. However, Wu Ming had just used the backup machine's body to self-destruct, and then switched back to his main body to attack the black soil of the root that had revived from the ashes. Therefore, Wu Ming suffered a spiritual backlash after the attack. I'm guessing that guy must have tipped off the black soil. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Wu Ming held his head with his dragon claw in discomfort as he continued to collect the residue of his backup machine. The guy that Wu Ming was talking about was the Magic King, who had indeed said you actually came here with your main body. It was probably then that he had informed the black soil of the root, and that was when the mindless black soil of the root attacked. As expected, that guy is the real enemy, Wu Ming said with a serious expression. His previous enemies were all affected by the black soil of the root, and were killed by Wu Ming as if they had lost their minds. But this time, the Magic King suppressed the spiritual corruption brought by the black soil of the root, and could even affect the black soil of the root to a small extent. If he could really command the black soil of the root, Wu Ming's nest would have been conquered by the black soil of the root, and Wu Ming would not have to come back to save the situation. In short, the Magic King was Wu Ming's strongest enemy. Wu Ming, ouch, ouch, ouch. Wu Ming's, his dragons, and his dragon mouth, and again, to hold his head, to his head. The black soil, the root, the root, the root, the root, the root to the root, the root, the goddess he Wu Ming the magic root, the black, the god of the root, the root. Of the root, the root, the root the root w, the of the root, the root root. His hands did not stop moving. Wu Ming continued to fiddle with his backup computer. But, since I'm ready for this feast at Hongmen, if I don't do it properly, I'll be sorry for my identity. As if he thought of something, Wu Ming smiled joyfully. Fifth singularity, United States. On the streets of the capital, countless strong soldiers patrolled with long spears. Even the outskirts of the city were filled with these soldiers. If Wu Ming was here, he would have covered his face in embarrassment. Because these soldiers looked exactly like Wu Ming, but these soldiers seemed to have put on old makeup, and they looked like they were in their 30s or 40s. Furthermore, Wu Ming is an eternally 18-year-old dragon of origin. How can he be old? How can he be old? The White House, Washington. Countless soldiers with Wu Ming's face were stationed everywhere in the White House, including the streets outside the White House. The security was so tight that not even a fly could get in. In the small square in front of the White House, a queen surrounded by soldiers walked to the front. The queen wore a white fluffy cloak. Because it was deliberate, it could be clearly seen that the queen's body was only wearing white clothes that covered her chest and lower body. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a bikini. The queen didn't care about revealing her skin as she swaggered to the small square. Then, the queen took out a golden cup from her cloak. Holy Grail tilde please fulfill my wish tilde with just a sentence. The golden cup called the Holy Grail emitted a bright light. Then, A magic circle appeared in the center of the small square. It was used for summoning. Along with a burst of light, a figure covered in pure white armor appeared in the magic array. "May I ask, are you my master?" "Maeve." The figure looked at the queen holding the Holy Grail with a slightly confused expression. "Yes, Tilda, my little Sai, my king, it's me, Tilda." Queen Maeve smiled sweetly. Inside the White House, Wu Ming sat on the president's throne, looking at the charming woman in his arms with a headache. That's right, that white figure was none other than Wu Ming. Because he wanted to cheat, in addition to the Holy Grail's enticement, Wu Ming had arrived in a pure white armor that covered even his head. Wu Ming was inside the root. After seeing that the backup machine was almost repaired, he handed the task of repairing the backup machine and upgrading it to Collis. Meanwhile, he locked onto the Singularity's location and relied on the root to send a servant's body that he had set up in advance. Wu Ming's main body fell into a deep sleep again. He did not dare to leave again. If the house was raided again, the unrepaired backup machine would not be able to help him. Poor Collis was assigned by Wu Ming to guard the house again. However, Collis was also very happy because Wu Ming's main body was always with her, so it was not difficult for her to accept it. Then, Wu Ming opened his eyes and saw Maeve, as well as soldiers with Wu Ming's face. God knows how awkward it was to see all the soldiers' faces turn into his own. It was like going to the street and finding that everyone's face had turned into his own face. It seems like this is what it's like to have a common face. Ahem. Fortunately, Wu Ming was wearing a helmet, so even if Maeve was in his arms, she could not see Wu Ming's awkward face. Wu Ming watched as Maeve pulled him into the room and made him sit down. Then, Wu Ming watched as Maeve sat in his arms, rubbed against him, and laughed happily. Only now did Wu Ming realize what was going on. Because Wu Ming was thinking about the soldiers with Wu Ming's face. Ahem. In fact, Wu Ming already knew that Maeve wanted to take him to this empty room to do something embarrassing. After all, it was Maeve Tilda, of course. Wu Ming, who retained his virginity, refused. In the end, she just sat in Wu Ming's arms and rubbed against him. "Long time no see, Maeve." No matter what, it was not wrong to say hello first. Wu Ming and Maeve had indeed not seen each other for a long time. And then, "That's all you want to say, Tilda?" Maeve smiled charmingly and said while hugging Wu Ming's neck. Now, Wu Ming only had one thought in his mind. And that was, "Maeve, do you feel uncomfortable with this armor? If you feel uncomfortable, then come down." Chapter 469. Of course, Wu Ming wouldn't say that. If he said that, with Wu Ming's understanding of Maeve, she would definitely answer that way. "It's very uncomfortable." Then little Sai, "Take off your armor, Tilda. How about we do something with love, Tilda?" Ahem. Back to the topic. "I only traveled to a lot of places and didn't have time to go back," Wu Ming said seriously. "Oh Tilda, is that so? As long as you're not fascinated by other vixens, Tilda," Maeve said with a smile as if she saw through Wu Ming. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If it's Leah, she's not a vixen, she has the blood of the red dragon. But now, little Sai only belongs to me, the king who belongs to me, Tilda. However, Maeve was more reasonable than Wu Ming thought and didn't care about other things. "Let's not talk about this for now. Maeve, the source of this singularity is your Holy Grail, right? Can you give it to me as compensation? When everything is over, I will use the holy relic to summon you. At that time, you can do whatever you want." Wu Ming was now putting his virginity on the line for the singularity, and he was afraid that Maeve wouldn't agree. As the first woman who truly loved Wu Ming has her own principles. She won't do anything to force a woman who loves her. It has to be said that Wu Ming was affected a lot when he was a Knight of the Round Table. But this was pardonable. Wu Ming really stayed in Camelot for a long time. Wu Ming came there when King Yosef was still in good health, and he was forced to leave when King Arthur unified the British Isles. If it weren't for the fact that he was a scammer in the Sumer area for a long time, Wu Ming would probably have taken root as a Knight of Justice. However, Wu Ming didn't think it was bad. Thanks to being a Knight of the Round Table, his character was still quite noble. At least if he had the ability, Wu Ming would help humans through difficulties. "Sure, Tilda." Just as Wu Ming was distracted again, Maeve answered Wu Ming. Immediately after, Maeve took out the golden Holy Grail from her bosom and handed it to Wu Ming. You gave it to me so easily. Wu Ming couldn't believe it. After all, this was the Holy Grail that maintained the singularity. Strictly speaking, it was a treasure that was more valuable than Maeve herself. I believe in little Sai Tilda as long as it's little Sai's request. I'll agree. Tilda. Looking at Maeve's smiling face, Wu Ming felt that he was quite despicable. Taking advantage of women was not something a knight should do. By the way, the armor Wu Ming was wearing right now was the one he wore in Camelot. After all, Wu Ming had cheated quite a lot. In addition to Maeve's wish, Wu Ming was no longer the Connaught Silver Dragon Cylinder. Instead, he existed as a spiritual base that should not have existed. As long as little Sai is happy. Tilda. By the way, there is more than one Holy Grail in this era. With that, Maeve's smile changed in Wu Ming's eyes. Damn it, so she gave me the Holy Grail because she had nothing to fear. Forget it, you keep it yourself first. Wu Ming said weakly. Yes. Tilda. Maeve smiled slightly and put the Holy Grail back into her bosom. Explain the current situation to me. Then, Maeve explained to Wu Ming what happened in the American continent. Because of the Magic King's plan, the American continent was chosen as one of the singularities. Therefore, there was naturally a demon god pillar that held the Holy Grail and served the Magic King. After that person awakened the consciousness of the demon god pillar, he used the Holy Grail to turn this place into a singularity. Then, he used the Holy Grail to summon Maeve. After handing the Holy Grail to Maeve, he left directly. After that, Maeve summoned Wu Ming's cyborg soldiers from her blood at lightning speed and directly occupied the capital of the United States, Washington. Because of the influence of the suppression, the Holy Grail also summoned a servant to fight against it, but because it was no match for Maeve, it was directly defeated by Maeve to the west of the American continent, while Maeve occupied the east of the capital, Washington. Just like that, the United States was divided into two parts, east and west. Logically speaking, the fifth singularity should have been like this. However, the Magic King, the mastermind behind the burning of humanity, suddenly jumped out, threw down a few more Holy Grails, and left after saying a few words. Let this place become the battlefield of the mythical war. These were the words left by the Magic King. Since then, several unknown forces inserted themselves into the East-West Division War, and the American continent became truly divided. Wu Ming, accompanied by Maeve, looked at the map in front of him and carefully observed it. Originally, the entire United States should be divided into two parts, east and west, but now, on the map of the United States, it is divided into 5 parts. The eastern part of the United States with Washington as the center, the Appalachian Mountains including the area to the east, this is Maeve's camp, represented by white. The entire Great Lakes, as well as the southern part of the Great Lakes, including Chicago, St. Paul, and a small part of the surrounding plains, this is the territory of the unknown enemy who holds the Holy Grail, represented by yellow. The entire Mississippi Plains, the entire plains is the territory of the unknown enemy who holds the Holy Grail, represented by red. The entire Rocky Mountains, the Missouri River, and the Southern Mountains, this is the territory of the unknown enemy who holds the Holy Grail, represented by green. Finally, the westernmost Cordillera Mountains and the western coast, this is the territory of the servant summoned by the Holy Grail to deal with Maeve, represented by black. According to Maeve, the summoned servant was a lion head, and she didn't pay attention to its real name. It has to be said that this lion head servant is still miserable. Including Maeve, there are a total of 4 forces that hold the Holy Grail, and this lion head servant was squeezed to the most difficult terrain in the westernmost area. And now, he can only be said to be relatively lucky. That's right, relatively lucky. It stands to reason that the other Holy Grail forces can completely annex Lion Head, but they didn't do so. The green Holy Grail forces in the Rocky Mountains, which is closest to Lion Head's territory in the Cordillera Mountains, didn't annex Lion Head, not because of mercy, but because they didn't have the opportunity to deal with Lion Head for the time being. In Wu Ming's view, the green Holy Grail forces that are close to Lion Head and hold the Holy Grail forces are fully capable of eliminating Lion Head forces. However, because the other Holy Grail forces are watching in the dark, it is easy to be attacked, so the green Holy Grail forces didn't do anything to Lion Head. Because there are 3 forces that hold the Holy Grail, I directly gave up the territory in the west of the Appalachian Mountains and retreated to the east. I let the soldiers temporarily watch them fight each other. It was rare for Maeve to be serious as she analyzed the situation to Wu Ming. And this map is roughly made by me according to the connection between the Holy Grail. Although it is not too detailed, it can still be used as a reference. After all, there is a connection between the Holy Grail, and it is not impossible for Maeve to sense the position of the enemy Holy Grail holders. Then, Wu Ming, who had a headache, was just about to rub his eyebrows, but he realized that he was still wearing his armor, so he put down his hand. That is to say, whether I want to fix this singularity or rule this singularity, I have to take the Holy Grail of the other 3 Holy Grail forces, right? That's right, Tilda, as expected of my little Sai, but I don't want my little Sai to suffer. In fact, I originally wanted to unify this country and then summon you, but those enemies are really too difficult for us to deal with, so I summoned you. Maeve said, hugging Wu Ming's armored arm. Come on, let's start the war to unify the country, little Sai. Tilda. Then, Wu Ming prayed for Chaldea and the others. Tachika, Matthew, you're on your own. Chapter 470. Although I still don't know the true identity of the enemies, I have a good understanding of them. Maeve said to Wu Ming. Maeve was the Queen of Connaught, and she had more than just charm. Among them, the soldiers of the Yellow Grail are the most special. Maeve pointed to the area below the Great Lakes. Their soldiers are Dragon Fang soldiers. From the quality of their battle, there is no doubt that they are the Dragon Fang soldiers that can only be created by the magicians of the gods. However, I don't know if these Dragon Fang soldiers were created by the traitor witch. After all, Maeve had not fully understood the situation. Dragon Fang soldiers were skeleton soldiers summoned by the dragon's fangs. The reason why Maeve said whether they were created by the traitor witch was because of the magic. Legend has it that the summoning of dragon fangs was a family heirloom magic of the Greek king of Colchis. It was passed down to the princess of Colchis, Medea, who learned magic from the goddess Hecate. In the later generations, she was also known as the traitor witch. However, Demetrius was not the only one who knew how to use dragon fang soldiers. Wu Ming had also encountered servants who used dragon fang soldiers. During the War of the 14 Knights, Empress Semiramis's noble phantasm stored a large number of dragon fang soldiers. The number was beyond imagination. Therefore, it could not be defined based on this clue. Anyway, this Yellow Grail was related to Greece, so it was temporarily named the Greek Grail. Then, Maeve pointed her slender finger to the bottom of the American continent on the map. In the Mississippi Plains, the Grail forces there have ordinary soldiers, but if I'm not mistaken, their emblem is a mother wolf nursing a baby. After Maeve finished, Wu Ming nodded. That means, this is the army of Rome. The founder of Rome, Romulus, was raised by a mother wolf. Legend has it that the emblem of Rome at that time was a mother wolf nursing a baby. That's right, I still know about Rome. After all, Rome was established much earlier than Maeve's era. Even Maeve had a general understanding of the situation on the other side of the coast. However, I don't know which emperor it is. Maeve smiled. She did not care about this, and then she hugged Wu Ming again. In her opinion, as long as her king was here, all enemies were nothing. Ahem. Let's call this force the Rome force for now. What about this place? Wu Ming coughed, then pointed to the Rocky Mountains and the eastern mountainous area. This was the third Holy Grail force. What are you talking about? There are no soldiers. My Fu loosened her grip on Wu Ming's arm and continued to explain. Due to the distance, although I don't know which faction it is, I can still sense it through the connection between the Holy Grails. After a slight pause, Maeve continued. In addition to the fact that the other 2 factions didn't take over the mountain range, this third faction, the Holy Grail faction, took over the mountain range that no one cared about. Maeve's army was merely observing from the top of the Appalachian Mountains. They did not have a deep understanding of the situation. He was lucky to be able to see the dragon tooth soldiers and the Roman emblem. That's because only these 2 forces are constantly fighting in the northern part of the Mississippi Plains. No matter if it's Lionhead's native forces in the United States, the third additional Holy Grail force in the Green area, or our Celtic forces, none of them have made any moves. In other words, it's now a turf war between the Greeks and Romans. After digesting this information, Wu Ming said helplessly, "This is really a mythical war now. Celtic, Greece, Rome, the United States, and an unknown force." There was no doubt that these were all surprises brought by the Magic King for Wu Ming, surprises that gave Wu Ming a headache. "But, I'm a cheating player, Magic King." Then, Wu Ming issued an order. "That's it for the time being, Maeve. Our side will stay in the eastern part of the American continent." Yes, my king now. Wu Ming was really like a king, and Maeve, the queen, began to listen to him. "Then, I'll go meet the Greek and Roman soldiers first. You stay here and watch over our home." With that, Wu Ming picked Maeve up and placed her on the seat. He then strode out of the room, leaving Maeve alone in the room. It doesn't matter if he's not the Mad King, the Holy King's Sai is really handsome, our home. Just like that, the seductive and wanton queen turned into a shy young girl who was yearning for love. In the corridor, Wu Ming walked without saying a word. In order to maintain his dignity, Wu Ming used the corner of his eyes to look at the soldiers with his face guarding the corridor and felt a sense of powerlessness. Why did I believe her in the first place? Wu Ming whispered in a voice that only he could hear. What Wu Ming was talking about was naturally the time when he gave Maeve his blood essence to create the cyborgs. But even so, Wu Ming also led this group of cyborgs into battle. I didn't feel ashamed at the time. Was I in a state similar to Chunibya at the time? Shaking his head in his heart, Wu Ming gave up thinking about nonsense. When he walked to the gate of the White House, Wu Ming waved his arm, and a blood-red cloak appeared behind the pure white holy armor. The blood-red cloak matched with the holy armor, but it did not become dirty. Instead, it highlighted Wu Ming's holiness even more. "Farewell, Holy King." Suddenly, all the Celtic soldiers with Wu Ming's face knelt down and roared at Wu Ming. Wu Ming was startled. What the hell is with this roar? It's as if they want to beat up Wu Ming. I can only say that they are indeed Celts. However, for the sake of his dignity, Wu Ming did not show any surprise. Wu Ming responded indifferently. Then, with a wave of his hand, a pure white holy spear appeared in his hand. Wu Ming tossed the holy spear in his hand and it transformed into a pure white deer beast smaller than Fen Barber. But don't be mistaken, Wu Ming's Fen Barber was left behind in Uruk. This was only because Wu Ming transformed the holy spear in his current state. In short, it was still the holy spear, Yggdrasil, but in a different shape. Wu, the deer beast, lightly responded, and Wu Ming immediately jumped onto the deer beast's back. Wu Ming, who was wearing armor, looked extremely suitable riding on the deer beast that was much smaller than Fen Barber. After all, this was the mount that Wu Ming transformed into himself, so it was definitely suitable. Wu. The deer beast responded softly again and carried Wu Ming into the distance. That was the location of the Appalachian Mountains. Wu Ming planned to cross the Appalachian Mountains directly to his destination, the northern Mississippi plains where constant battles occurred. Chapter 471. At the top of the Appalachian Mountains, Wu Ming rode his deer beast to the top of the mountain. Then, Wu Ming jumped off the deer beast and looked into the distance. Ka. Along with a cracking sound, the helmet on Silent Cry's head that looked like it had grown dragon horns automatically separated like Mordred's helmet, attaching itself to his shoulders and back. Wu Ming, who finally revealed his head, couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air in the mountains is indeed very cool. Wu Ming looked around with his eyes that had turned golden because of the Holy King. It's called the Great Mythological War, and it's not wrong at all. Wu Ming could clearly feel that the mana density of this singularity was continuously increasing. Although it was probably because of the Magic King, but, is the excessive use of the Holy Grail a side effect on the singularity? Wu Ming pondered. After all, how do you think the Dragon Fang soldiers, Roman soldiers, and Wu Ming Celtic soldiers were mass-produced? Even Maeve wouldn't be able to summon enough soldiers to occupy half of America in a short period of time without using the Holy Grail. It was probably the same for the Dragonfang and Roman soldiers. I wonder how many lone servants there are on this continent. Wu Ming said as he looked down at the battlefield that seemed to have already begun. Wu Ming learned from Roman that the holy grail of every singularity would summon a lot of lone servants. Therefore, Wu Ming was thinking about the lone servants. If we can rope him in, he will be of great help to Tachika. However, he had to have the opportunity to meet a good lone follower. Then, Wu Ming closed his helmet and sat on the white deer beast again. Oh! Wu Ming rode the deer and galloped toward the foot of the mountain. His scarlet cape fluttered in the wind, making rustling noises. At the foot of the mountain, not far from the northern battlefield of the Mississippi Plains. In the north was a group of ferocious-looking skeleton soldiers that didn't look human, the dragon tooth soldiers. Some of the dragon teeth soldiers were holding large bone blades, some were holding long bone spears, and some were holding curved bone bows. They were arranged in an extremely orderly manner. In the south was a group of Roman soldiers wearing old but tough leather armor. The Roman soldiers were basically armed with spears, shields, and short swords at their waists. Both armies were heavily guarded, and there were no commanders in sight. It was as if they were about to engage in a daily battle. Both armies moved and began to attack each other. The vanguard of both sides made contact. There was no flashy exchange of blows. It was just a mutual attack of you with a saber and I with a spear, you with a sword and I with a shield. It had to be said that such a battle was merely a matter of who had more troops. However, for both sides who possessed the Holy Grail, this was indeed a terrible idea. Therefore, after such a long battle, it was time for them to change their strategy. For example, taking a picture of a general or something. Roar. All of a sudden, an inhuman roar sounded from behind the dragon fang soldiers. Then, a huge black figure jumped into the camp of the Roman soldiers. Boom! When the black figure landed in the camp of the Roman soldiers, it directly caused a violent impact to the Roman soldiers. Roar! The black figure roared again. It was holding a strange stone axe. It was a 2.5-meter tall figure. Its whole body was naked, and only the lower half of its body was wearing a tattered combat uniform. Its naked body had a healthy dark complexion. Its muscles were bound, and its wrists and ankles were shackled. His eyes were filled with madness. Without a doubt, this was a berserker. If Wu Ming was here, he would definitely be surprised. This was the berserker that they met in Winterwood City. His real name was Hercules. Hercules was constantly waving his axe and sword as he began to massacre the Roman soldiers. It had to be said that a berserker was indeed a berserker. His destructive power was not to be underestimated. In just a few minutes, more than half of the Roman soldiers were killed or injured. However, since the Dragon Fang soldiers had already sent a general, the Roman soldiers had no choice but to send a general as well. Immediately afterward, a red-eyed man wearing ancient golden Roman armor, a battle skirt, and a tattered red cloak behind him rushed over with a roar. He seemed to be a berserker as well. Oh 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 oh! Roar! The two berserkers roared at each other and began to fight. The Greek berserker swung his huge axe and sword and attacked the Roman berserker. On the other hand, the Roman berserker was not afraid of pain. He carried his axe and sword and attacked the Greek berserker. The two berserkers with similar strength and durability were fighting each other just like that. After a few moves, the Roman berserker was clearly at a disadvantage and was beginning to be suppressed by the Greek berserker. There was no doubt that if there were no reinforcements or something special happened, Rome's berserker would definitely die. Oh 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 oh! The Roman berserker roared unwillingly. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight appeared in the sky and shone around the Roman berserker. That was the Roman berserker's noble phantasm. It could cause mental damage to the enemies in the surrounding area. Roar! It could only be said that Hercules was indeed worthy of his name. Even if he had gone berserk, it could be said that because he had gone berserk, the enemy's noble phantasm had no effect on him. However, the surrounding Roman soldiers and Dragon Fang soldiers could not. The Roman soldiers began to go berserk. Kada. The Dragon Fang soldiers also went berserk. Then, the Roman soldiers and Dragon Fang soldiers who were affected by the Roman berserker's noble phantasm began to attack Hercules crazily. Roar! Ants could even kill an elephant. However, to Hercules, these soldiers and dragon fang soldiers were not ants. At most, they could only affect Hercules. Hercules crazily crushed these soldiers and dragon fang soldiers and began to attack indiscriminately. As long as they were close to him, they would be smashed into pieces by Hercules' axe. However, the Roman berserker was also among them, constantly attacking Hercules. The Roman berserker, who could match Hercules' strength, could cause damage to Hercules with every attack. This was what they meant by ants could kill an elephant. Of course, that referred to Hercules being attacked by the Roman berserker. At that moment, there was a sudden magical fluctuation not far away from the two servants, and the two berserkers could not help but look over there. With a flash of light, two figures appeared in the same place. Riki transfer normal, Tachika, Matthew, you have come to the United States in 1783. Roman's voice came from Gudazi's wrist. It was Matthew who was wearing Chaldea's master clothes and Galahad's Riki suit. Doctor, are you sure this is the United States in 1783? Gudazi and Matthew looked at the battlefield in horror. Was there such a fierce battle in the United States at that time? Coincidentally, Hercules and Rome's berserker were looking at the two unknown enemies who had entered the battlefield. Gudazi and Matthew could not help but swallow their saliva. It feels like we're finished. Chapter 472. Roar. Oh! Hercules and Rome's berserker roared in unison, as if they were extremely angry at their former enemy who had suddenly entered the battlefield. It's over. That's Hercules and Caligula, Gudazi shouted in a panic. They were the enemies that Gudazi and Matthew encountered at the second and third singularities. As if they also had an impression of Gudazi and Matthew, Hercules and Caligula roared and ran towards the two. Senior, please step back. Matthew raised his shield and stood in front of Gudazi. Hercules raised his axe and sword and smashed it down at Matthew. Clang! The sword and axe collided with the holy shield, producing an ear-piercing sound. Ha! After blocking Hercules' attack, Matthew shouted and pushed Hercules away. After experiencing 4 singularities, Matthew had indeed become a lot stronger. Hercules was a humanoid Gundam whose strength had reached A+. Even though it was not easy for Matthew to block his full-powered attack, he was still able to do so. Senior, it's too dangerous here. Prepare to break out of the battlefield, Matthew said to Gudazi without looking back. Gudazi was not an idiot. The Dragonfang soldiers and Roman soldiers had begun to surround them. No matter what, they had to leave the battlefield first. When a scholar meets a soldier, it is difficult to reason with him. This was probably the case. No matter which side it was, there was no way to communicate with them at the moment, so it was best to leave now. Oh, Senior! Matthew shouted and stood in front of Caligula, who wanted to attack Gudazi. Doctor, is Miss Pamilia not ready yet? Gudazi quickly said to her wrist while Matthew blocked Caligula. Pamilia was sleeping because of the habits of vampires, so she did not follow Matthew and others. It's too late, Tachika. Although it's a bit irresponsible to say this now, we can only rely on you and Matthew now. Roman's helpless voice came from the watch. Tilda really, if only Assassin was here Tilda Gudazi complained. As if the heavens were playing a joke, a rather huge source of magic was quickly approaching them. It was the power of light, the extreme light that could illuminate all darkness. Tachika, Matthew. There's a huge source of magic approaching you. It's impossible to determine whether it's an enemy or not. Be careful. Roman said excitedly. Doctor, we've already seen it here. Gudazi complained to Roman. In the east of the battlefield, like the rising sun, a fierce light shone and quickly impacted the camps of both sides. Roar dash. Oh! Hercules, who was about to attack Gudazi again, and Caligula, who was blocked by Matthew, both turned their heads and looked at the light. It seems that the two berserkers judged that this light was more to be targeted than their enemy. Hercules and Caligula gave up attacking Gudazi and Matthew and headed towards the source of the light in the east. Anyway, we're saved. Gudazi sighed. However, even without the two threats of Hercules and Caligula, the surrounding Dragon Fang soldiers and Roman soldiers were not to be trifled with. Surprisingly, the quality of these two soldiers was quite high. Matthew used his shield to knock away one enemy after another and quickly said to Gudazi, "Senior, let's take advantage of this opportunity to break through." Because of Hercules's hammer and Caligula's noble phantasm, the Roman soldiers and dragon teeth soldiers around Gudazi and Marshu were not gathered together. Therefore, they were confident to break through the encirclement. "Quick, Matthew, let's leave quickly." Then, Matthew covered Gudazi and the two broke through to the west. Why break through to the west? What a joke! The light in the east was not to be trifled with. If they didn't hurry to the west, they would be waiting for death. Because of this, Gudazi and Wu Ming were getting farther and farther away, in the east, where the light was. Silent Wonder held the holy white spear in his hand and destroyed the Roman soldiers and Dragonfang soldiers that were rushing forward as if he was unparalleled. With this level of soldiers, the enemy must have used the Holy Grail, Wu Ming said while mowing the grass. Although Wu Ming was mowing the grass, the strength of these Roman soldiers and Dragon Fang soldiers was already very high. Wu Ming had also encountered Dragon Fang soldiers, but compared to these Dragon Fang soldiers, those Dragon Fang soldiers were simply broken bones. Naturally, the Roman soldiers who were comparable to the Dragon Fangs were also extremely strong. Simply put, the original green monsters with good quality had become orange monsters with epic quality. In any case, they are just mass-produced soldiers. Not to mention the Dragon Fang soldiers, the Roman soldiers were exactly the same. And there was no fear in them. There was no doubt that they were summoned using the Holy Grail. It was the same as Wu Ming's Celtic soldiers. It's about time. Using normal attacks to clear the monsters was too slow, so Wu Ming prepared to use a skill. Silent Wonder swept away all the enemies around him. Then, he pointed the holy lance Yggdrasil downwards and stabbed it into the ground. "Feel the radiance of the Holy King," Wu Ming said as he injected magic into the holy spear. Boom! In an instant, the magic of light was released and overturned the soldiers and the ground, causing a violent explosion. The scorching light purified the enemies and the ground. Wu Ming stood in a large crater that looked like it was hit by a meteorite and pulled out the holy spear that was still stuck in the ground. Holy King's Radiance. As the descent of the Holy King, the radiance of mercy accompanied the Holy King. The effect could be said to be similar to the Ghost Seed demon's skill. It was a combination of natural demon, strange strength, charm, magic release, and so on. Wu Ming used the effect of the light magic release. It had to be said that the effect was outstanding. Wu Ming's attack just now almost changed the terrain of the northeastern Mississippi plains, and the attacking Roman soldiers and Dragon Fang soldiers were basically wiped out. Roar! Oh! Suddenly, two different roars were heard, and two figures appeared at the edge of the crater. Is that Hercules and the unknown berserker? Wu Ming knew Hercules because he had met him before. However, Wu Ming really did not know Berserker, who was like an emperor. However, this did not hinder Wu Ming. Both of them did not come with good intentions. Mythical Yggdrasil. Chapter 473. Mythical Yggdrasil. Wu Ming didn't say anything and directly released the true name of the holy spear. The originally solid holy spear in his hand seemed to have turned into light, shining with infinite brilliance. Even Hercules and Caligula couldn't help but raise their arms to block the dazzling brilliance. Pure brilliance, holy world tree, help me purify the evil. Wu Ming shouted loudly and threw the aurora pillar in his hand like a javelin at Caligula. After all, Wu Ming didn't know Caligula well and didn't know if he was a strong threat. But Wu Ming knew that Hercules could resurrect 11 times, and he would be immune to all attacks he had received. Therefore, Wu Ming chose to get rid of Caligula, the unknown berserker, first. The intense pain made Caligula roar. The spear of light hit Caligula's body at a speed that Caligula couldn't react to. It passed through his body and left a glowing hole in his body. Bang! Then, Caligula exploded and overturned Hercules, who didn't have time to leave Caligula's side. This was the power of Wu Ming. No, it should be the light of the Holy King. At this point, the Roman berserker, Caligula, was eliminated. Roar! Hercules got up and roared at Wu Ming. Next, it's your turn. Wu Ming waved his hand and the holy spear that had turned into light returned to Wu Ming's hand and turned into a solid object. It had to be said that Hercules' 12 trials, God Hand, was really powerful. It was even more cheating than Wu Ming who cheated. It was immune to B-level damage and could resurrect 11 times. It had a strong resistance to attacks that killed it once. If the master's aptitude was high and had enough magic, the number of resurrections that were lost could be recovered. Even if Wu Ming was extremely powerful now, he couldn't be sure that he could kill Hercules and make him leave. But, I don't need to kill you. I just need to defeat you, Wu Ming said as he rushed toward Hercules with his spear. Roar. Hercules saw the man in white armor running toward him and roared crazily. After all, Hercules was a demigod hero and could be said to be the most famous hero in Greece. Even if he was a berserker and had lost his mind, he had his own pride. How could Hercules be afraid of his opponent, who was also a berserker, who had unleashed his noble phantasm right from the start? He just looked a little fairer than him, had more mana, and was on par with him in terms of ability value. He just looked a little prettier than him. Roar. I, Hercules, am not afraid. Along with the roar, Hercules jumped up and raised his axe to attack Wu Ming. Even if Hercules had lost most of his mind, his body's instinct was still there. His instinct allowed Hercules to hit Wu Ming directly. Dong. There was a small hole in the pit that was originally a big one. The small hole was filled with smoke and dust. Whoosh. A white spear came out of the smoke and swept across. Wu Ming swept the smoke and dust away. There was not a single speck of dust on his white armor. When Hercules was about to hit him with his sword, Wu Ming used his holy spear to block it. In addition to his relic, Arthur's gift armor, even without the protection of his holy spear, Wu Ming did not suffer any damage when Hercules hit him. To put it simply, Wu Ming's relic was tougher than Hercules' body from the 12 trials. Roar. Perhaps Hercules saw that his attack was ineffective. He roared again and rushed toward Wu Ming. When Wu Ming saw Hercules rushing toward him, he reached behind him and grabbed his cloak. He threw the cloak at Hercules. Hercules cut the cloak in half with his sword and axe. The cloak turned into magic particles and drifted away with the wind. Following that, the tip of the spear appeared in front of Hercules. The tip of the spear was aimed at Hercules' head. However, how could it hit Hercules who had mind's eye? Hercules turned his head and easily dodged the attack. Roar. Following that, Hercules roared and swept his sword and axe at Wu Ming who was close to him. After Wu Ming's attack failed, he held the end of the spear and used the holy spear as a pole. He inserted it into the ground behind Hercules. When Hercules' sword and axe swept over, he jumped and came behind Hercules. The surrounding magic instantly gathered and light appeared behind Hercules. Dong. His foot, which contained the magic of light, kicked Hercules from behind. Hercules was kicked to the bottom of the pit by silent sound. After all, both of them were now fighting on the slope of the giant pit. Wu Ming's kick, coupled with the influence of gravity, caused Hercules to roll toward the center of the giant pit. Wu Ming took back his leg that was still moving because of the kick. He stood firm and pulled out the holy spear from the ground. Wu Ming's kick just now had reached the A-level, and it was slightly higher. Even Hercules couldn't withstand this attack. However, although he was injured, it certainly wouldn't have a big impact on the battle. Hercules inserted his sword and axe into the ground on the way to the bottom of the pit. He stopped abruptly and then turned over. Roar. Hercules was even more enraged by Wu Ming's humiliation of the Greek hero. At this moment, Wu Ming heard a voice. Phoebus' catastrophe, complaint of arrows. Shoo 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 shoo. In an instant, countless dark green arrows wrapped in strong magic power came down from the sky, and the arrow formation fell straight towards Silent Wonder. Boom boom boom. Wu Ming was buried by the arrow formation. The smoke produced by the arrow formation filled the big pit. Then, a spaceship appeared in the air. As the name suggested, it was a spaceship. It was a gorgeous sailboat that flew into the sky. A green figure stood on the bow, still in the posture of drawing a bow. After seeing her noble phantasm hit Wu Ming, Atalanta spoke. Come back, Hercules, Atalanta said to Hercules in a steady tone that was neither commanding nor pleading. Roar. Although Hercules did not listen to the words of the Greek Holy Grail holder when he was summoned, Hercules would still listen to Atalanta a little. Immediately, Hercules jumped onto the spaceship. Then, Atalanta looked at the place where the smoke was gradually dissipating. Although Atalanta's noble phantasm was a belevel, for Wu-Ming who could even block Hercules' attack, each arrow alone could not threaten him at all. Even if Atalanta deliberately concentrated the arrows, it was estimated that it would not cause any harm to Wu-Ming. This was indeed the case. When the smoke was completely dispersed, Wu-Ming's spotless figure was still standing in the big pit that was almost destroyed. Such a familiar noble phantasm, I guessed it must be you, Wu-Ming said lightly. Chapter 474. Although Wu-Ming's voice was not loud, Atalanta, who had a particularly good hearing, still heard it. I don't know you, Celtic hero. Atalanta held the heavenly bow blessed by Artemis and aimed at Wu-Ming again. Although Atalanta kept saying that she didn't know Wu-Ming, Wu-Ming remembered Atalanta, and there was a reason why Atalanta didn't know Wu-Ming. Servants were the avatars of heroic spirits, and each avatar was different. To put it simply, the main body was divided into many avatars, and what you know is just one of the avatars. Therefore, if you thought that you had met a servant in the Holy Grail War, you would be wrong to think that he or she knew you and befriended you when you saw him or her in other places. In the next second, he or she is likely to kill you because he or she is not the first avatar that you know. He or she may be the second avatar, the third avatar, or even the infinite avatar. Therefore, the current Atalanta was probably not the Atalanta of the 14 Horsemen, but there was another possibility. Wu-Ming was now fully armed, and his face was covered. Atalanta may have said that she didn't know him because she couldn't see Wu-Ming's face. In any case, even if Atalanta knew Wu-Ming, the two of them among the 14 Horsemen were opponents. In addition, Wu-Ming hadn't figured out the situation of the spaceship yet. Wu-Ming didn't think that Atalanta could come to his side. Unfortunately, I know you. Wu-Ming's slightly helpless voice came from under the armor. Wu-Ming began to be vigilant. His fingers slid, and the defensive Lune rune appeared and attached to Wu-Ming's armor. Atalanta's strength was quite low, but the heavenly bow blessed by moon god Artemis, when the arrow was fully drawn, the damage had reached A-class, which meant that it could hurt Hercules. However, Wu-Ming's armor could defend against A-class physical attacks. It stood to reason that Atalanta couldn't hurt Wu-Ming. But in case there were other servants on the ship who were ready to attack Wu-Ming, then the probability of Wu-Ming capsizing would be high. At that moment, a disgusting voice came from the ship, as if that person was a scum. What are you doing? Atalanta, why don't you shoot the arrow? Although he couldn't see the person, Wu-Ming could be sure that the owner of the voice was not a good person. From Atalanta's frowns face. With all due respect, Ison, our original plan was to retreat after retrieving Hercules. Atalanta did not put down the heavenly bow, nor did she shoot an arrow at Silent Cry. Instead, she said without looking back. Hearing this name Atalanta of S people who knew a little about Greek mythology should know the story of the Argo hero ship. It was an adventure ship that gathered many Greek heroes, including Hercules and Atalanta, to search for the Golden Fleece. However, many people might not know but it was not wrong. In Greek mythology, was not very famous. It was because he was the captain and initiator of the Argo hero ship that had a little fame. He was arrogant and domineering, proud, and naive, easy to be deceived. He successfully regained the throne by relying on the power of Demetrius, whom he had swindled. After marriage, he abandoned Demetrius. As a result, Demetrius took revenge on him. In the end, because of the curse of the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, he was killed by the heavy wood that fell from the Argo hero ship. In this way, this ship must be the Argo hero ship. Hercules, Atalanta, and on the ship were the best proof. TSK tilde you woman. Ison's angry voice rang out. Because the ship stopped above Wu-Ming's head, Wu-Ming could not see or anyone else on the ship. He could only see Atalanta standing on the side of the ship. Of course, even so, Wu Ming could not appreciate the scenery under Atalanta's skirt. After all, the angle was not quite right. Cough cough. Immediately afterward, Atalanta jumped back to the ship, and the Argo hero ship immediately moved and began to drive toward the location of the Great Lakes in the north. Want to go? Ask for my gun first, Wu Ming said as he swung his gun and was ready to release his noble phantasm again. The bottom of the Argo hero ship and Wu Ming's light gun, which one was more powerful? Probably everyone knew that, and the servants on the Argo hero ship naturally understood this truth. As a result, countless magic circles appeared around the Argo hero ship in a composite form, and then, the magic circles began to gather energy. Judging by the concentration of magic, Wu Ming judged that the power of these magic circles was not small. Although it was not as powerful as a noble phantasm, it was enough to cause damage to Wu Ming. It seemed that the magician on the Argo hero ship had already begun to chant, otherwise, there would not be so many powerful magic circles appearing in an instant. And the target of these magic circles was naturally Wu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the mana in the magic array finished gathering and fired at Silent Wonder. Like a heavy downpour, countless mana pillars that could melt steel poured down from the sky. Boom! Damn! The explosion caused by the mana pillar deepened the crater even further. Then, a light gun flew out of the center of the explosion. Mythical Yggdrasil. Boom! The light gun directly hit the Argo hero ship, penetrating through the bottom of the ship and coming out from the deck, blasting a big hole in the bottom of the ship. The Argo hero ship started to smoke as if it had been shot. Then, Ison's panicked screams came from the Argo hero ship. "Ah! My ship! Quick, 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 quick! Demetrius, quickly use spatial magic." Then, the entire ship disappeared. Without a doubt, the Argo hero ship had been transported away by Demetrius, who Ison was talking about. Demetrius? That means these magic circles were all created by her, and those Dragonfang soldiers were probably created by her too. Wu Ming's voice came from the center of the explosion. Gradually, the explosion dissipated, and Wu Ming's figure was revealed in the pit that had become even deeper. His armor was still spotless. Wu Ming waved his hand, and the holy spear returned to his hand. That spatial magic was probably set up on the Argo hero ship in advance as a precaution. After all, using spatial magic to transport such a large ship was absolutely impossible. Then, Wu Ming sensed the reaction of the servants around him and said lightly, "Using the defensive Lune magic in advance is really the right choice." After all, after Atalanta used her noble phantasm, Wu Ming cast a defensive Lune rune on himself because he was afraid that there would be more powerful attacks. Otherwise, Wu Ming would be injured by Demetrius's magic, even with the noble phantasm Arthur's gift. If he was injured, it would be a bit difficult to deal with the new servants. Immediately, Wu Ming looked at the edge of the giant pit, and 4 servants appeared. Chapter 475. What a spectacular scene! A fat man dressed in red and yellow said leisurely, just like an emperor. "Caesar Sama, I just received a message from the god ancestor. Caligula has left the battlefield." A woman wearing an ancient blue dress next to the fat man said, Artilda, I know, Cleopatra, then, the murderer must be this king." Caesar said, looking at Wu Ming. The holy white armor, the holy spear, whether it was Caesar or Cleopatra, they didn't think that the enemy was easy to deal with. The scene of Wu Ming piercing Argo's noble phantasm was still in their minds. However, these two are not easy to deal with. As he spoke, Caesar glanced at the red-haired young arrogant king and the black-haired frivolous swordsman with his small eyes that appeared to be too fat. "Sido. The rest of Sido. Sido's aura is here. Damn it. Those Greek hyenas, I will never let you go." The young king roared angrily. "Well, he doesn't look easy to deal with now." Caesar smiled and waved his hand. "Oh, Celander, I didn't expect you to descend in this way. I thought Maeve would use the Holy Grail to distort you into the Mad King." The frivolous black-haired man greeted Wu Ming, then jumped into the huge pit with his huge spiral sword. "Fergus, were you also summoned by Maeve?" Wu Ming calmly looked at his old friend who was killed by Gil in Winterwood City. Not to mention that he still couldn't remember what happened in Fuyuki City. Moreover, the Celtic warriors weren't people that could be held on to by trivial matters. Let's not talk about this for now. The two over there are servants from Rome, and the one on the other side is the hero of India, Rama. Let's talk about the details later, Fergus said and retreated behind Wu Ming. Looking at the fresh wound on Fergus' chest, there was no doubt that Fergus was seriously injured. Don't look at how frivolous Fergus' words were, he was already at his limit. The wound extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Although the bleeding had temporarily stopped, Fergus probably wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Then go back to Washington. You'll just be a burden if you stay here, Wu Ming said without looking back. Then I'll leave it to you. Fergus smiled and left while whistling. Wu Ming first looked at Caesar and Cleopatra before looking at the red-haired Rama. The name Rama reminded Wu Ming of the last king of the god slayers, who was also Rama. The two of them were the Rama of their respective worlds, but they would not have any connection. You're a Celtic too, right? In that case, you are also responsible for what happened to Sido. Bear it properly for me, Rama shouted furiously as he raised the undying blade in his hand. Brahastra, indestructible Rakshasa. After activating his noble phantasm, Rama threw the undying blade at Wu Ming. Among them, the lightning and flame on the undying blade made Wu Ming nervous. According to the type, Rama's indestructible Rakshasa, was a magic noble phantasm, but that didn't mean that magic noble phantasm couldn't attack non-magic. And in terms of level, Rama's indestructible Rakshasa, 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 was an A+ noble phantasm. This made Wu Ming curse in his heart, what the F***ck, even if Wu Ming had the noble phantasm Arthur's gift and the Lune defense rune, Wu Ming wouldn't dare to take that attack head-on. What if I hang up? Wu Ming didn't have any powerful defensive noble phantasm or defensive ability, so Wu Ming used the skill Holy King's Glory. Wu Ming crazily squeezed the magical power in his body. In an instant, endless light shone from Wu Ming's body. Even Caesar and Crowbart, who were servants, couldn't bear the light and directly raised their arms. And Rama was the same. Of course, Wu Ming didn't intend to use this skill to resist, but to use magical power to release it. The legend of the Holy King, Rama raised the Holy Lance, and with the magical power provided by Wu Ming that was equivalent to 3 noble phantasms, the Holy Lance turned into a huge light cannon. Then, Wu Ming threw it heavily. Boom. Rumble. When the indestructible blade came into contact with the light cannon, there was silence at first. Then, there was an explosion. The aftermath of the explosion was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Caesar, Cleopatra, and Rama were blown away. Even Fergus, who had just walked a short distance away, was affected. However, even though Fergus had walked a long distance away from the big pit, he was still affected by the explosion. It was enough to see the power of Wu Ming's noble phantasm. Fergus inserted the neon sword deep into the ground, and held the hilt with difficulty to prevent it from being blown away. After about 10 seconds, the storm stopped. Well, Selander is too reckless. Even if he has a lot of magical power, he can't do whatever he wants. Although he complained, Fergus had a smile on his face. After all, the Celtics were considered a fighting race. Fergus looked at the area behind him, as if it was swallowed by the explosion. The whole big pit could no longer be seen because it was all white. Well, I'm injured, I'll let him do it himself. After that, Fergus carried his spiral sword and walked toward Washington. After a long time, the white substance dissipated, and a barren plain was revealed under the sky. Why was it a plain? Because the explosion directly dug out a piece of the area. In short, it was actually a flat basin. That was the trump card of a servant, the power of a noble phantasm, which was powerful enough to change the terrain. Of course, to be able to turn the surrounding hundreds of hectares of plain into a basin was not something that could be done casually by a servant. At least, Fergus could not do it. At most, He could only scorch the land in front of him that was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters wide. At that moment, a white hand suddenly stretched out from the ground of the basin. Taking a closer look, it was not a white hand. It was obviously a white gauntlet with a white gauntlet. Wu Ming climbed out of the ground. The white armor was slightly dim at the moment. Wu Ming supported his body with the holy lance and looked around. This holy king's body is a bit scary. I just used 3 times more mana to supply the noble phantasm, plus a super strong mana release, and the explosion was so amazing. Well, ordinary servants would be drained of their mana in an instant if they did that. Only Wu Ming, who had a special ability, dared to do that. Mana amplification, EX, the perfect attribute of the root dragon. No matter what class, the root dragon's mana was almost unlimited, and it was not affected by the class. Because of his almost limitless magic, coupled with his cheat code and Maeve's use of the Holy Grail, Silent Cry has really become able to do whatever he wants. Rama, Caesar, and the others, I'm afraid they would have been blown away. Because Wu Ming was in the center of the big pit, Wu Ming was buried underground. Rama and the others, who were at the edge of the big pit, were unlikely to be buried underground. It was very likely that they would have been blown away. Forget it, let's leave it at that for the time being. The information collection is almost done. After that, Wu Ming also began to move toward Washington. Good heavens, so the reason for this nuclear flattening was to gather intelligence. Chapter 476. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of local residents around the basin that was turned from a plain to a nuclear flattened. However, the surrounding area was subconsciously identified as a battlefield by Greece and Rome. Therefore, the local residents in this area were evacuated by Greece and Rome. Both Greece and Rome set up capital cities in their respective territories and gathered the people as if they were establishing a country. The people, on the other hand, chose a side to join in order to protect themselves. It's really beyond my expectations. I thought they wouldn't care about the life and death of the local residents. Wu Ming sat in the president's seat and casually flipped through the information collected by Maeve after Wu Ming left. At this moment, Wu Ming's originally battered armor was restored to its holy state. There was no doubt that Maeve directly used a command spell to restore Wu Ming to his full state. This is not surprising. After all, both sides have similar leaders. Maeve stood behind Wu Ming and said with a smile while hugging Wu Ming's neck. Rome's words were still understandable. After all, it was Caligula and Caesar. It was normal for them to build a city. On the other hand, Greece was more than happy to play the king's game. After all, Greece had Jason. That guy used women for revenge. If you used them, then so be it. After becoming a king, marry her and live an honest life, but in the end, you abandoned her. Although both sides had leaders, neither Wu Ming nor Maeve would agree with such a man. There are also residents in our territory, right? Wu Ming continued to look at the information and said to Maeve without looking back. That's right, because Sai became the Holy King, the original plan to kill everything was cancelled. Maeve said calmly. She didn't find it strange that she said to kill everything. After Maeve occupied Washington, or rather, after occupying half of the United States, before she could do anything to the local residents, the other Holy Grail forces came and divided the United States, which was originally divided into 2 parts, into 5 parts. Maeve then retreated to Washington. After that, Maeve decided to establish her capital in Washington. She was no longer in the mood to kill. A few days later, Maeve summoned Wu Ming. After that, because of the Holy King's reputation, Mai Fu also changed her policies. She started to treat it like a country and no longer had any bad intentions. Only the Holy Grail faction that occupied the Rocky Mountains had no intention of building a city there. The Rocky Mountains were already lacking in population. As a result, a small portion of the population migrated to Greece and Rome. Of course, the westernmost force of the United States, the Lion Head, represented the United States from the very beginning. If it were not for the Rocky Mountains, the people of the American continent would have run over to the Lion Head. Now, regardless of whether they were forced or not, the natives were living in the Celtic territory. After all, as long as little Sai wants to do something, I will accompany you. If you become the wise mad king, I will become your bloody queen. I will fight alongside you. If you become the holy king, I will become your holy queen. I will rule the kingdom with you. That is my wish. I will accompany you until the day I die. Maeve's usual charm was gone. At this moment, she was really like an ordinary girl accompanying her sweetheart. She hugged Wu Ming gently. When he was summoned by the Holy Grail, Wu Ming heard Maeve's wish. Not a king who can kill with me, but a king who can make me accompany you. Wu Ming fell silent. What man would reject a girl who was willing to do anything for him? Indeed, Wu Ming's initial interest in Maeve was not because he coveted Maeve's beauty. It was because he was a greenhorn and could not help but be interested in the things around him. Wu Ming had just changed from an ordinary person to the identity of the root dragon. He had also learned from Scarha. When he went out to Connaught, it was a pity that he did not see Maeve, who had played all the Celtic heroes in the palm of her hand. After all, he was young and frivolous. The reason why Maeve fell in love with Wu Ming was not only because of his heroic act of saving the damsel in distress, but also because Wu Ming ignored Maeve's charm. Maeve's beautiful body made her every move full of charm, and Wu Ming resisted Maeve's charm because of his powerful mental strength as the root dragon. Because of these two things, Maeve became interested in Wu Ming. At first, her love was indeed to play Wu Ming in the palm of her hand, but the real love was to accompany Wu Ming in the future. Wu Ming stayed by Mai Fu's side and learned about Mai Fu's past. Even if her body was full of charm, which girl was not innocent after birth? Maeve also had an unforgettable past to become like this. Whether it was pity for Maeve or indignation for Maeve's experience, Wu Ming stayed by Maeve's side and treated her as a younger sister who lacked love. Yes, Wu Ming only treated Maeve as a younger sister who needed to be doted on. The world always thought that Maeve played men in the palm of her hand, but Maeve had never received true love. Whether it was the love between family members, friends, or romantic love, Maeve had never had any of them. It had to be said that Maeve's true love for Wu Ming could be felt by Wu Ming. He was not a straight man, so why didn't Wu Ming accept it? The name of the root dragon was not an ordinary name. Ever since Wu Ming accepted his fate and left his original world to come to this moon, he knew that he would definitely not be ordinary in the future. And Square was often accompanied by danger. Before he obtained enough power to protect the people he wanted to protect, Wu Ming did not consider himself to be a burden. That's right, in the beginning, because Wu Ming did not activate the power of his bloodline, it was a little difficult for him to protect himself. Therefore, a lover was indeed a burden to Wu Ming. Wu Ming was able to leave the square world that he had lived in for more than 10 years without hesitation because he considered his own extraordinariness, because extraordinariness would also bring trouble. And now, facing such a Maeve, Wu Ming felt that he could already consider these things. Hey Tilda Maeve, after I'm done with my business, I'll take your original body to my house. How about that? Wu Ming said in a flat tone. While speaking, Wu Ming put down the information in his hand and leaned back, closer to Maeve. It's time to make some promises. After hearing Wu Ming's words, Maeve's body suddenly trembled. Although Wu Ming was wearing armor, Wu Ming could still feel the change in Maeve. Well, I'll wait for that day. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you on the seat of heroes, waiting for you to pick me up. Maeve hugged Wu Ming's arm tightly and said with a happy face. The sun shone in from the window, shining on the pure white couple and blessing them. Chapter 477. Although it was heartwarming, Wu Ming did not want to reveal his innocence here. Then, the two of them began to discuss Rama, who hated the Celts, and Fergus, who was injured. So, you think Sido is useful, so you asked Fergus to go to Alcatraz Island to transport Sido, who has been captured a long time ago. In the end, Rama and the Argo who were following Rama were attracted. Wu Ming said calmly. As everyone knew, the American continent was huge, so was the United States. Therefore, the territories were not as strictly divided as Wu Ming had seen from the map. For example, the mountainous plains between the Rocky Mountains and the Great Lakes were unoccupied. The Celts were in the easternmost area, while the Greeks and Romans were in the western plains not far from the Appalachian Mountains. The Holy Grail forces in the Rocky Mountains did not make any moves at all. As for the Lionhead forces, they were temporarily resting in the westernmost area as they could not defeat the other forces. The Missouri River flowed through that area and the terrain was not too high. The Green Holy Grail forces were mainly in the southern part of the Rocky Mountains. Therefore, that area was the largest unoccupied land. Many of the native residents had formed a rebel army. It was said that they were led by a single follower. That was why they could be active in this continent. If the territories were as strictly divided as Wu Ming had seen on the map, how could there be a rebel army? They would have been suppressed by these forces long ago. All in all, the westernmost Alcatraz Island belonged to the easternmost Celts. There was nothing wrong with that. Let's not talk about that for now. According to Maeve, she was preparing to withdraw Beowulf, who was stationed in Alcatraz Island. Therefore, she sent Fergus to meet him. In the end, because Rama had a special skill that allowed him to sense Sido, Rama intercepted Beowulf and Fergus halfway. For the sake of his beloved woman, the hero Rama sneaked up on Beowulf and threw out a noble relic. He almost killed Beowulf and severely injured him. Fortunately, Sido was escorted by Wu Ming's soldiers at the back. Otherwise, Rama's noble relic could have killed Sido. However, if Sido was beside Beowulf and Fergus, Rama would not be able to throw out his noble artifact. Afterward, when Fergus and Romo were fighting, Sido was taken away by the crew of the Argo led by Aeson. They also killed Beowulf while they were at it. Atalanta was more than enough to deal with a heavily injured Beowulf, not to mention that there was also the god-magician Demetrius. Then, Rama, who was enraged once again, used his spiritual base and used another relic to injure Fergus. He then began to chase after Argo. Although it was called an injury, Fergus was almost done for. Rama had overdrawn his spiritual base to release the relic. Perhaps, when Rama was fighting Wu Ming, he had also overdrawn his spiritual base to use the relic. As a lone servant, although Rama was summoned by the Holy Grail, the Holy Grail could only maintain Rama's current realm. It was impossible for it to provide unlimited mana. Almost all the other servants were the same. It seemed that only Wu Ming had a master, and that was Maeve. He couldn't see the command seal because Maeve was wearing a white silk glove that blocked the command seal. After that, Fergus needed to return to Washington, so he followed Rama on the way. When they passed through Rome's sphere of influence, Caesar and Cleopatra, who attracted attention, appeared. The two of them watched Rama chase after the Argo, and Fergus chased Rama. With the mentality of watching a good show and supporting Caligula, the two of them followed. As a result, the scene when Wu Ming saw the four servants gathered in the big pit appeared. However, unfortunately, Caligula had already been killed by Wu Ming, and the good show that they wanted to watch had turned into a bad one. If that's the case, Rama should be dying now. At present, they only knew that Rama had overdrawn his mana and spiritual base to release his noble artifact twice. Before that, they couldn't deny whether Rama had overdrawn his mana or not. Coupled with the constant running in this huge American continent, he had consumed a lot of mana. Not to mention, my noble artifact and Rama's noble artifact exploded. The explosion wasn't far from Rama, so he must have been affected. Wu Ming was only affected by the explosion, but the armor on his body was dimmed, and he still needed Maeve to use a command seal to restore it. Rama, who had no armor, overdrawn his mana, and unstable spiritual base, was even worse. Maybe he has already left. If that's the case, my plan to unify the continent will be one step closer. After all, if Wu Ming wanted to unify the American continent, Wu Ming, who had become enemies with Rama, would definitely be troubled by Rama, the great hero of India. Wu Ming's people had kidnapped Rama's wife. Now that Wu Ming had accepted the identity of the Celtic king, he had to shoulder this responsibility. Yeah, the hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. I have to unify the continent as soon as possible, Wu Ming said in a serious tone. Wu Ming and Maeve had already planned it out. Wu Ming's goal was to restore the singularity, so he had to collect the Holy Grail of the singularity. There were a total of 4 Holy Grails, the Celtic king, the Greek king, the Roman king, and the Holy Grail king who was still unknown. Wu Ming, who was the Celtic king, could be said to have one less enemy. After all, Maeve, who had the Holy Grail, was one of his people. Therefore, he had to deal with the other forces. Of course, Lionhead's native force in the United States did not have the Holy Grail, so he did not have to categorize it as an enemy for the time being. Therefore, Wu Ming set a small goal for himself, which was to unify the United States, collect the Holy Grail, and complete the restoration of humanity. However, Lionhead can also work with him. After all, both of them have the same goal, Wu Ming analyzed. Lionhead's goal must be to restore the United States, and Wu Ming's goal was to collect the Holy Grail, so he needed to unify the country. In that case, the two sides could work together. But before the other three forces came to this singularity, we and Lionhead were mortal enemies. I'm afraid it's not that easy to bury the hatchet, Maeve said. That's right, mortal enemies would not easily unite just because of an additional enemy. It was not that easy. That's true, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. Then, Wu Ming thought of Gudazi. I don't know if Tachika and the others came to this singularity. If they had the help of Chaldea's master, it would be a great help to collect the Holy Grail. After all, the reason why those followers were alone was because they were summoned by the Holy Grail. They helped Chaldea's master to take back the source of the singularity. After all, the singularity was caused by the followers with their own private wishes, so it was impossible to talk about it. By the way, in Celtic, besides you, me, Fergus, and Beowulf, are there any other followers? Wu Ming suddenly said to Maeve. Chapter 478. The reason why Wu Ming asked this question was because Wu Ming had never seen other Celtic servants. If he didn't meet Fergus, he wouldn't know that Fergus was on his side. There are 3 more, but one of them is not from Celtic, but from India, and he has a little relationship with Romo. Maeve pretended to be mysterious and said to Wu Ming with a playful smile, "If there is a chance, introduce them to me." Wu Ming chuckled and said lightly. Wu Ming's meaning was obvious, he was going out again. "Are you going out again? Really, can't you spend more time with me?" Maeve said coquettishly. Her body began to produce charm again. Maeve naturally knew that charm was ineffective on Wu Ming, but it was her body's natural ability, and it was released involuntarily. Then, Wu Ming touched Maeve's head with his hand that was wearing white protective gear. "Although I have become a king, after all, I have no interest in it, so I will leave it to you, my queen." After touching Maeve's head, Wu Ming asked some information about his servants and Lionhead's information and left the room. "My king, I will help you take care of our country." Maeve, who had once again turned into an infatuated woman, was left alone in the room. Wu Ming was ready to go to the United States, which was the westernmost part of the American continent. Now that he couldn't find Gudazi for the time being, Wu Ming was ready to go to the countries that could be united. He just wanted to meet the old friend that he heard from Maeve. "I just don't know if he remembers me," Wu Ming said casually. When he walked to the corner, Wu Ming met 2 people. Well, the person in front of Wu Ming was obviously a master and servant, and the 2 showed a very obvious superior and subordinate relationship. The former was a handsome man with long blonde hair, and the latter was a young man with short black hair and a mole. What a coincidence to meet the Holy King. The blonde man's tone was not too respectful, but also not arrogant, as if he was in front of a person who deserved a little respect. "I am Finn McCool, this is my subordinate." The blonde man introduced to Wu Ming. "Nice to meet you, Your Highness Holy King, I am Dilmund Odina." The black-haired man behind Finn said respectfully to Wu Ming. It seemed that Finn and Dilmund were 2 of the 3 remaining servants of the Celtic side. After all, Maeve had said that one of them was from India, but the 2 in front of Wu Ming were from Ireland. "You don't have to be so courteous to me. If I remember correctly, you guys are from the Fjodna Knights. Speaking of which, you guys have some history with Fergus." Wu Ming nodded knowingly. Finn smiled calmly when he heard that. "The necessary etiquette is still necessary. You are the Connaught Silver Dragon Celander who defeated Fergus. Even Cuchulainn didn't beat you. Naturally, you need to be respectful to a hero." Dilmund shook his head with a smile. Wu Ming had some recollection of what Dilmond said. When Connaught and Ulster went to war, Fergus ran over to serve Maeve. Because he couldn't stand Fergus's lecherous eyes, Wu Ming chased him away. At that time, Maeve even laughed at Wu Ming, saying something like, "Since you are jealous, then just accept me." Ahem. Wu Ming was just a siscon. How could he let his cabbage stay with a wild boar? Now that he thought about it, it seemed that Wu Ming was quite a siscon. He watched Artoria grow up, and Joan of Arc was younger than him in his memory. There were also Illyria, Mayu, and Shobi. They all seemed to be siscons or siscons. How could it be? It was just a coincidence. Wu Ming shook his head subconsciously, but this scene was humble in the eyes of Finn and Dilmond. You don't have to be humble. Your achievements on the battlefield between Greece and Rome are still vivid in our minds. At that time, Finn and Dilmond were not in Washington. The two of them were outside roping in stragglers. Of course, they basically did not gain anything. They only met a few low-level servants, and because they did not obey, they were all killed. Again, the American continent was very big. At that time, the two of them did not meet Fergus or Wu Ming. Then, near the battlefield, they saw the nuclear explosion caused by Wu Ming's noble phantasm. Wu Ming did not say anything more, and then asked the two of them, "You two, are you going to ask Maeve for instructions now? You don't have to do anything, just defend our camp steadily." Immediately, Wu Ming gave instructions. The situation was not completely clear, and the third party of the Holy Grail force was not clear either. Doing nothing was the best way at the moment. Although Wu Ming said so, Finn was still a little hesitant. Maeve did give orders after Wu Ming arrived, and Wu Ming's words were the final word. However, no matter what, Wu Ming had only been here for less than 2 days. It was the same principle as the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Just listen to Xiao Sai. At that moment, Maeve's voice came from behind Wu Ming. After all, Maeve was also a very active person, and it was unlikely that she would sit in the office for a long time. In addition, Wu Ming, Finn, and Dilmond had been arguing for a long time, so it was normal for Maeve to catch up. "Didn't I say that Xiao Sai's words are the highest order? You may leave," Maeve said casually to Finn and Dilmond. "Understood. Let's go, Dilmond." Finn nodded and waved at Dilmond. "Yes." Dilmond responded and followed Finn out of the place. At that moment, Wu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Sure enough, the servants are not obedient. Whether it was from Finn's attitude or the conversation with Wu Ming, it could be seen that he did not put himself in the position of a subject. He was just obeying Maeve's orders. Wu Ming believed that if it were not for the Holy Grail, Finn and Dilmond would probably have left here and set up their own house. After all, they were summoned by Maeve with the Holy Grail, and Maeve also had a slight suppressive power over them. "Is it okay?" Wu Ming asked Maeve with concern. Maeve naturally knew what Wu Ming was talking about. At least they are very obedient. After all, heroes are always eccentric guys. However, if Xiao Sai hates them, just get rid of them. Holding Wu Ming's hand, Maeve said charmingly, "That's not necessary. It's better than nothing." Wu Ming shook his head. Then Wu Ming felt that something was wrong. "Why do I feel like I've become a big boss?" Sai. Listen to Xiao Sai. Chapter 479. Night, Missouri River Basin. A person wearing a black robe and a black hood, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, was quietly running along the Missouri River. The figure sometimes changed his route, sometimes he hid, and sometimes he came to the Black Mountain in the western part of the Missouri River Basin. This silhouette arrived in a dense forest near Braque Mountain, and stopped. The figure took off his hood, revealing a black-haired, golden-eyed face. The person who came was naturally Wu Ming, who was preparing to go to the western part of the Rocky Mountains to investigate and cooperate with Lionhead. It had to be said that there were many plains in the United States, but there weren't many forests, but they weren't few either. Wu Ming sometimes changed his route, sometimes he hid, and sometimes he didn't want to be discovered by the servants and humans in this area. At night, the people in the American continent were active, whether they were servants or humans. And this Missouri River basin was a place that was not occupied by the Holy Grail forces. In this way, whether it was the followers, the native residents, or the rebels, they were like fish in water in this place. The unknown Holy Grail forces in the Rocky Mountains did not move, and Greece and Rome were fighting fiercely. Lionhead and Maeve were in the westernmost and easternmost part of the continent. In this way, no one had time to care about this place. Naturally, it became a place where many followers and a large number of human residents resisted. And this place, in Wu Ming's view, could be said to be the safest passage from the east to the west. Like a lone assassin, Wu Ming quietly came here. By the way, the meaning of being alone was not only superficial, but it also had another meaning. A lone follower actually referred to a follower that was not a force. After all, not all non-force followers were really alone like Wu Ming. On this continent, it was originally the native forces of the United States that fought against the United Kingdom and succeeded in independence, but now it was divided into 5 parts. In addition to the followers who held the Holy Grail and the forces summoned by the native forces of the United States, the Holy Grail also summoned extra followers. Due to the large number of Holy Grails with this singularity, there were many followers who were left behind. Apart from Finn and Dilmo killing a few unranked servants, Fergus also encountered many lone servants on his way to Alcatraz Island. Fergus, no, it should be the Celtic followers, were all warlike. Fergus had basically been fighting along the way. This was also one of the reasons why Fergus had been so easily beaten down by Rama. After all, Rama had also overdrawn his spirit base. With so many factors added together, Fergus had been unable to block him. On the other hand, Beowulf was completely unlucky. Not only did the despicable Rama launch a sneak attack on him, but he was also ambushed by the Greek team. Wu Ming did not even see him and left the stage immediately. Except for some servants with special abilities or noble phantoms, or a few servants that Fergus didn't kill, the rest of the servants were killed by Fergus. Even so, there were still a lot of lone followers who were active on this continent. At this moment, Wu Ming had become a lone assassin. It was reasonable to say that because of Maeve's wish and Wu Ming's cheating, the spirit base could not be changed. Moreover, because of the identity of the Holy Ruler, Wu Ming was like a big light bulb in the dark night, unable to hide the arrival of the Holy Ruler. But this can't stop Wu Ming from being a cheater. Although the authority and the Blade of Salvation were not brought into this body because of the Surland spirit base, Wu Ming had brought his own dimensional noble phantasm, Dragonist Dragon's Nest. In the beginning, Wu Ming only wanted to use the dimensional Lune rune to store things in a small space. Now, the Dragon's Nest could be said to have been reborn. Not only was it nourished by Wu Ming's magic every day, but it was also soaked in the origin of the moon for a long time. Then, it was soaked in Wu Ming's home, the origin of the moon for a long time. One had to know that this dimensional Lune rune was engraved on Wu Ming's body. In other words, in the origin, Wu Ming's dimensional noble phantasm was equivalent to being strengthened all the time. Moreover, it was a qualitative strengthening. Now, the space inside the dragon's nest had become almost infinite. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small world. Although it was still used by Wu Ming to store things, however, it was just as well. Wu Ming was a collecting maniac. Everything that caught his eye was kept in the dragon's nest. Putting aside the things that he collected in Kanzaki, Wu Ming had also been through several worlds and secretly stored a lot of things. If one had to say, Wu Ming's dragon's nest could be regarded as a different kind of Gate of Babylon. For example, there were many items that could shield one's magic and aura. Since he was going to be an assassin, the first thing he needed to do was hide. Wu Ming took out a dimmed gem from his bosom. It was a tool used for assassination. It could shield one's aura, but it was no longer effective. This thing seems to be from the Yggdrasil world tree. It's surprisingly useful. Forget it, who cares? Wu Ming casually crushed the dimmed gem. With a thought, the space fluctuated and golden ripples appeared. Then, Wu Ming took out a metal ball from the golden ripples. It was the metal ball that Shobi had fused with half of her core. I kind of miss that little girl. Wu Ming was naturally referring to his younger sister Shobi. In Wu Ming's opinion, Shobi, who had just obtained human emotions, was like a child. Although her brain was more genius than a genius, Shobi was a parsing machine after all. Then, Wu Ming pressed the metal ball against his body without hesitation. In an instant, the metal ball seemed to have turned into liquid and integrated into Wu Ming's clothes. At that moment, Wu Ming had already taken off his armor and put on the clothes from the other world with the divine soul seed. This was the first time Wu Ming had taken off his armor in this singularity. He was inexplicably excited. Cough, cough. Is this the formation of an inner armor? Wu Ming could clearly feel that there was a layer of metal armor covering his assassin-style clothes. However, it was not completely covered. Wu Ming could feel it. Now that I think about it, the Kikai race is really a cheating race. In various senses, as he said that, a metal mask appeared on Wu Ming's face. Only the area where the eyes were was left with a rectangular gap with a rectangular black lens. Then, several particularly strange small magic circles unfolded around Wu Ming, setting off a small gust of wind. In an instant, the wind stopped, and the magic circles disappeared. That's it. Chapter 480. After all, the forest elves. No, it should be said that in their world, everyone's magic looked gaudy. Why did it not work in Wu Ming's hands? Forget it, as long as it works. Through the data on the black lens, Wu Ming could check his own status. Although the lens looked black from the outside, Wu Ming saw it as transparent. Not only that, the night was now like day in Wu Ming's eyes. At that moment, the lens display showed a map of Wu Ming's surroundings. On the map, places with energy were blue, and places without energy were white. After all, the Kikai elves did not use magic, so no matter what kind of unknown energy it was, as long as it was energy, it would be marked. Magic was blue. Looking at his white body, Wu Ming was a little confused. Others in this world shouldn't be able to see the forest elves' magic, right? That's right. Wu Ming used the Kikai elves' characteristics to cast the forest elves' magic that was copied into the metal ball. Giliel had gotten Wu Ming many books about forest elves' magic. Wu Ming did not ask where they came from, and stored those magic in the core in the root. Because there was no need to learn it anymore, just like Wu Ming's nameless spellbook. Although Wu Ming used to flip through it often, he realized that it was faster to use the spellbook automatically than to cast it himself, so Wu Ming gave up. Back to the main topic. Although it was reasonable to say that the Kikai elves could only copy an attack that had been seen or damaged once, when he was in the root, Wu Ming had slightly modified the core, making the core sublimate from its original foundation. In short, it would not have any bad effects on Shobi. So, am I back to my old profession? Although Wu Ming was not strong when he was an assassin, Wu Ming quite liked it. After moving his body, Wu Ming felt incomparably comfortable. After all, it was still comfortable in the state where his aura was blocked. No matter how sneaky he was, it was as if he was in the open. At this moment, Wu Ming discovered that there were energy bodies approaching from the surroundings. Servant. He doesn't look like a passerby. With that thought in mind, Wu Ming activated the camouflage function and disappeared. Just as Wu Ming hid himself, a man with dark brown skin, half-naked upper body, and a small knife in his hand arrived. After vigilantly observing the surrounding situation and inspecting the place, the man quickly left. Servants that were attracted by the whirlwind just now? Wu Ming revealed himself and muttered to himself. Wu Ming could tell that the other party was a servant by the speed of a Class B when he left. What's more, the other party's body was also filled with a lot of magical power. Wu Ming could see clearly through the lens that the magic power in the other party's body was slightly dark blue. At the very least, the other party's magic attribute should be at Class B. It's rare that he is a caster, Wu Ming thought. It seems that I have to be careful. When he activated the core, Wu Ming caused a small whirlwind. A whirlwind appeared in the woods at night, which naturally attracted the other party's attention. As a caster, Wu Ming's assassin at the moment was not a good match. Assassins in the dark were most afraid of those fancy magicians. The other party should not have found me. After all, who knows what magic caster will use? If the other party's magic is quite powerful, then Wu Ming will be exposed. Later, Wu Ming looked at the place where the other party checked. Sure enough, there were some mysterious inscriptions that Wu Ming did not know. Is it a curse on this continent? Wu Ming pondered and activated the scanning device in the core of Ji Kai Seed. Immediately, the result appeared on the lens in front of Wu Ming's eyes. Sure enough, that guy turned out to be a caster, magician. Looking at him sneakily holding a knife, anyone who saw him would think that he was an assassin. If it weren't for the scanning information provided by the lens, Wu Ming wouldn't have seen that there was a lot of magical power in the other party's body. If the servants were close to each other, they could perceive each other, but they couldn't perceive how much magical power the other party had unless the other party continued to release magical power. Just like Wu Ming's skill Holy King's Glory, Wu Ming used magical power to release magical power. In the eyes of others, it was an incomparably huge source of magical power. Often, the existence of powerful magical power was not something to be trifled with. To put it simply, it was like tigers and lions roaring in nature to tell others that they were not to be trifled with. According to the scanning results, these inscriptions played a role in detection. As long as someone passed by this place, it would be triggered. Fortunately, although Wu Ming was present, the shielding magic of the forest elves had been working. I don't care, destroying these inscriptions will arouse the other party's suspicion. After that, Wu Ming continued to move toward the west. On the way, Wu Ming also saved the map of the American continent in the core, and a virtual live map appeared in front of Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at the map. There is a town called Riverton at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. After Riverton, we will reach the Rocky Mountains. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming put away the virtual map, pulled his collar, and continued to move forward. Almost a few minutes later, Wu Ming came to a place some distance away from Riverton. Looking at the sparsely lit small town in front of him, Wu Ming paused. He felt the presence of servants in the town in front of him, but the specific number was unknown. Immediately afterward, he activated the scanning function of the armor again. Sure enough, Wu Ming found a clue. Anti-detection and defense magic. Wu Ming found through the scan that there was a lot of magic around the town, and it looked like a Greek-style magic. After all, Wu Ming had a lot of dealings with Greek servants, so he could still see it. However, the anti-detection magic doesn't work on the scanning of the Kikai. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming activated the long-range scan to detect the number of servants on the opposite side. Although the Kikai was called a magical creature, they were more like high-tech machines. Wu Ming's scan was completely like an infrared scanner. Because the other party didn't set up a visual obstruction magic, Wu Ming's scan was easily successful. Just like Assassin, Jack the Ripper's information erased, it didn't work on the camera. So, long live science later, through the scan, Wu Ming learned the number of servants in that town. Wu Ming, who knew the result, was really shocked, if Ji Kai's scan was not wrong. There are more than 10 servants. Wu Ming was a little surprised. Through the lens, Wu Ming knew that there were more than 10 servants, which really shocked Wu Ming. What are these servants doing here? What's the big plan? Wu Ming's heart was filled with doubts. At that moment, an invisible arrow shot at Wu Ming. Chapter 481. Wu Ming heard the sound of air friction and leaned back, dodging the arrow that was shot at him. To be honest, if it wasn't for the warrior's insight, Wu Ming wouldn't have noticed the arrow. Looking at the ancient wooden arrow that was deeply embedded in the ground, Wu Ming found that it was entangled with magic such as silence, acceleration, and stealth, although these magic had been ineffective. No wonder he couldn't hear anything and couldn't see anything. It seemed that the opponent's magic was not low. At this moment, the lens in front of Wu Ming's eyes also showed the arrow attack. There was no doubt that the arrow that was just enchanted with many magic had escaped the scanning of the Kikai core. It seemed that he couldn't rely too much on things from another world. In any case, it was really inconvenient to use things that were not from his world. I've been discovered. By now, if Wu Ming still didn't know that he had been discovered, then he really lived in vain. Since he was discovered, Wu Ming simply didn't hide. Feeling that there was a servant running toward him, Wu Ming didn't escape, but stood up. The inner armor that was transformed by the Kikai core was still worn by Wu Ming. Then, magic emerged from Wu Ming's body, and the magic began to burn. The white flame covered Wu Ming's whole body. Then, Wu Ming raised one of his hands and waved. The white flame disappeared with the wave of his hand, and Wu Ming appeared in the air. He had already put on the white full-body armor. Arthur's gift armor. He muttered the name of the relic softly. The holy armor seemed to be responding to him as it flashed with white light. At that time, the attacking servant also arrived. It looked like... No, he was a berserker. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Oppressor. You are the oppressor. Ahahaha. The person who came was Spartacus, the Red Team berserker in the 14 Horsemen War. Because Wu Ming was in the Red Team at that time, so the two were regarded as allies. But Spartacus probably couldn't remember it. And the oppressor that Spartacus was talking about was probably Wu Ming's current identity as the king. This guy was quite obsessed with leaders, and he was even more obsessed with tyrants. But in general, he was still a berserker that could be communicated with. Of course, this was for the master. In this way, Spartacus, who had met Wu Ming once, jumped up, raised his ordinary iron sword, and slashed at Wu Ming. Clank. Wu Ming raised his arm and blocked Spartacus' iron sword. Arthur's armor of gift, which had a grade A defense against physical damage, was more than enough to block Spartacus's iron sword. Bang! Immediately after, with the sound of steel colliding, Wu Ming used his hand to block Spartacus's iron sword and pushed him away. Spartacus took a few steps back, stopped, and laughed excitedly. Ahahaha! Ahahaha! Oppressor! Give me even more pressure! Like a fanatic, Spartacus once again rushed to Wu Ming with his sword. To be honest, Wu Ming didn't want to fight with this guy. Spartacus's strength was grade A, and his durability was the highest grade, EX. In short, this guy couldn't be killed. However, in addition to that, Spartacus could also convert the damage he received into mana and store it in his own body to activate his healing beast's roar. In the Battle of 14 Nights, although Wu Ming was not present, through chatting with Joan of Arc, Wu Ming learned that she used her noble phantasm to resist Spartacus' noble phantasm. After all, it was a grade A noble phantasm, and it was supplemented by a large amount of magic. Although Wu Ming's armor could block a grade A physical attack, in the face of a grade A super explosion, he would be defeated if he was not careful. Because of this, Wu Ming didn't want to be entangled with Spartacus. It just so happened that Spartacus' ability, except for strength and durability, did not exceed grade C, and his agility was only grade D. In other words, there was no need for Wu Ming to clash head-on with his opponent. Of course, Wu Ming's strength had reached grade A, and he had the support of Lun's magic and mecha armor. He was not afraid of a head-on clash. Sure enough, it's better to fight quickly. After all, since Spartacus was here, it meant that the other 10 servants Wu Ming observed were also here. Although Wu Ming was not weak, after all, it was unlikely that more than 10 servants were first-class or even top-level servants. If that was the case, Wu Ming had to consider running away. Oppressor Arth. Looking at Spartacus who rushed in front of him again, Wu Ming decided to end the battle immediately. Clank. The sound of steel colliding was heard again, but this time, Wu Ming did not block Spartacus' iron sword with his arm, but he firmly grasped Spartacus' iron sword with his palm. Ahahaha. Oppressor. Spartacus struggled to pull back his weapon, but it did not move. At this moment, Wu Ming's hand that was holding Spartacus' iron sword was full of Lune's runes and electrical wiring. That was the Lune's magic that strengthened his strength and the mechanical armor's enhancement. The double enhancement allowed Silent Wonder's strength to temporarily surpass a rank. It was not correct to say that he was EX rank, but rather, his strength had become A++. After all, it was temporary. However, the data was nothing to worry about. Wu Ming's purpose was only to control Spartacus for a few seconds. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming's free hand was inserted straight into the space, and a golden ripple wrapped around Wu Ming's hand. Then, Wu Ming's hand was pulled out of the golden ripple, and a silver-white chain was pulled out by Wu Ming from the golden ripple. That's right, that was the pseudo-heaven lock that Wu Ming once created with Create Green item. Clatter. With the sound of the chain, Wu-Ming threw the silver chain on Spartacus' body. Like a silver python, the silver chain tightly wrapped around Spartacus' limbs and body after coming into contact with him. Then, Wu-Ming let go of Spartacus' iron sword. Clang! The iron sword fell to the ground. Although the pseudo-heaven lock also had a special attack on divinity, Spartacus did not have divinity, so the chain was just a solid chain that was difficult for Spartacus to break free. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that there were lune runes on the silver chain. Fearing that Spartacus would break free from the chain, Wu-Ming instantly added lune runes to the pseudo-heaven lock after taking out the pseudo-heaven lock. As a result, Spartacus, who was bound by the strengthened pseudo-heaven lock, was strangled to death. Of course, Spartacus, who could not use his strength, naturally let go of the iron sword and let it fall to the ground. Immediately afterward, Wu-Ming reached into the golden ripple and took out 2 chains. Of course, this time, it was not to deal with Spartacus, but to deal with the new servant. Create green item, advanced item creation. As Wu-Ming's words fell, 2 holy swords were inserted into the ground. Chapter 482. Immediately afterward, Wu-Ming wrapped the 2 pseudo-heavenly chains around his hands. After that, Wu-Ming grabbed the 2 long swords on the ground. These 2 swords were almost exactly the same as Wu-Ming's blade of salvation. To be precise, they were exactly the same as Artoria's Excalibur. These 2 swords were imitations created by Wu-Ming using Create Green Item. For the pseudo-Excalibur, although it could still release light cannons, its power and range were not only 1 level lower, but several levels lower. Of course, the sharpness of these 2 pseudo-holy swords was also greatly reduced. The reason why Wu-Ming used Create Green Item to create these 2 pseudo-holy swords was to use them as consumables. Through the scanning device on the mecha armor, coupled with the fact that the other party did not cover up, Wu-Ming easily saw the servant coming from behind him. It's them. Wu-Ming sighed. What an ill-fated relationship. He shook his head. With their speed, they could indeed get behind him, and by doing this, they must not let him escape. Wu-Ming smiled helplessly. I didn't expect them to be summoned as well. They can be considered old rivals. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. I won't hold back then. Wu-Ming smiled. With that said, Wu-Ming wrapped the chains on his arms around the hilts of the 2 holy swords. Immediately, he threw the pseudo-holy swords. Excalibur. On the opposite side, the green-haired young man held a long spear and ran toward Wu-Ming at a very fast speed. Although he was a rider, he had a permanent noble phantasm, so he did not need his own ride. Although this would expose his weakness, there were not many people who could catch up with his speed. You little thief who dares to spy on me, obediently accept your death. Then, listening to his disciple's bold words, his teacher, who had transformed into a centaur, chased after him. Don't underestimate the enemy, Achilles. The enemy is still in the same place. Achilles seemed a little impatient as he listened to teacher Ma's earnest teachings and diligent exhortations. However, he still nodded to show that he understood. Yes, I know, Master Karen. Although this disciple of his looked arrogant and unruly, he still gave him face as his teacher. Just as Achilles thought, there were almost no servants who could catch up with him, even his teacher, Karen, could not. Even if his teacher hadn't told him not to underestimate the enemy, Achilles would have slowed down. Otherwise, if Achilles were to run at full speed, even if he was in his centaur form and running on 4 legs, he would not be able to catch up with Achilles, let alone talk to him. At that moment, a voice came into their ears. Excalibur. What? Karen secretly frowned. Thought in his heart, this was a little troublesome. Hearing this sentence, Karen was shocked. Not to mention that it was a liberation noble phantasm, the holy sword Excalibur was quite famous. He tried to see the enemy's figure to determine whether the enemy was King Arthur or not, but even with his clairvoyance, the enemy was deep in the forest, so Karen could not see the enemy's appearance. In addition, not only Karen, but Achilles also knew about the legend of King Arthur and the holy sword. After all, King Arthur was too famous, especially in Europe. Although Karen and Achilles both knew about the holy sword, the two of them had different reactions. Is the enemy King Arthur? Unlike Charon's frown, Achilles' first reaction after hearing the word liberation was excitement. For Achilles, who was asked to choose to die as an ordinary person or die on the battlefield, chose the latter. A powerful enemy was his motivation. However, even so, Achilles wasn't a hothead. Although he did not know why King Arthur would release his noble phantasm, he had seen the power of the holy sword before, from the battle of the 14 knights that he retained his memory of. Although he was also very puzzled as to why he retained his memory of that battle, since Charon also retained it, he would leave the brainstorming to his teacher. Just as Achilles was about to take out his noble phantasm to surround the small world of the heavens, Achilles' cosmos, for defense, Achilles was stunned on the spot. It wasn't just Achilles. Even Charon was stunned. This was because they saw two small light pillars less than 5 meters in diameter shooting towards them at a speed that was not considered fast. Of course, this was for the two of them who had grade A+ agility. If it were Spartacus, he would definitely be hit. Moreover, why were there two light pillars? Wasn't there only one holy sword Excalibur? What really confused Charon and Achilles was not this, but the scale of the noble phantasm. Although they had never seen the holy sword Excalibur's noble phantasm, they had seen another holy sword's noble phantasm before. How could the scale be so different? In any case, Achilles and Charon were completely confused right now. With such a scale, they did not even need to defend, they only needed to dodge. By the way, the two of them would not directly charge towards Wuming, but chose to attack from the side. Although the light pillars were less than 5 meters in diameter, if it affected Riverton who had a master, it would be quite troublesome. That was why the two of them went to the back. Of course, not letting this strange King Arthur escape was also one of the reasons. In just a flash, Achilles dodged the attack range of the two light pillars that were less than 10 meters in diameter side by side. For servants, especially those who had grade A+ agility, a distance of 100 meters only needed a breath of time, and a fierce jump was enough. Then, the two of them witnessed the small light pillars explode from their sides. Feeling the scorching heat, the two of them had no choice but to be serious. Even if it was a fake Excalibur, it was still a holy sword, and it was also a trump card noble phantasm. Of course, it was hard to say if it hit Charon, but even if it hit Achilles, it would not take his life. At most, it would only injure him. At this moment, Charon's eyes flickered and he hurriedly called out to Achilles. Achilles, quickly retreat. Charon's clairvoyant skill combined with mind's eye, true, to achieve a short period of future vision. Through this, he saw chains appear in the light pillars that were less than 5 meters long. Although he relied on future vision and mind's eye to avoid being tied up by the chains, Charon saw Achilles being tied up by the chains. Hearing his teacher's words, Achilles naturally prepared to retreat. But Wuming seemed to have heard Charon's words, and the chains instantly appeared from the light pillars and shot towards Charon and Achilles. Hualala. Chapter 483. Whoosh! Using his wooden bow to shoot an arrow, Charon broke the chain that was heading straight for him, and quickly retreated on all fours. Then, Charon looked in Achilles' direction. Without a doubt, Achilles was tied up. His spear fell to the ground, and his arms and body were tied up by the silver chain like firewood. In the end, Achilles had underestimated his opponent. However, this was also due to his competitive nature. Unlike Charon, who had moved more than 10 meters, Achilles had only dodged to the side of the light pillar. It could be said that he had almost brushed against it to show off his ability. In the end, the chain covered by the light pillar had tied him up in an instant. This really was a case of if you don't do it, you won't die. I see. The target wasn't me from the beginning. Charon saw the light pillar disappear, and the chain slowly retracted. Perhaps it was not meant to tie him up in the first place. Realization dawned on him. Ooh! Damn it, why can't I break free from the chain? Achilles said angrily. At this moment, Achilles was already using all his strength. He grimaced, but he could not break free from the silver chain. Instead, the chain was getting tighter and tighter. Charon, on the other hand, did not care about his disciple. Instead, he raised his wooden bow and pointed in the direction of the forest. It wasn't just him. Even Achilles could feel that the owner of the chain was getting closer. So it seems that Spartacus has failed, Charon said calmly. Of course, it was not Charon who had asked Wu Ming to scout. Spartacus happened to be the closest to Wu Ming, so when he heard that there was an enemy, he ran over excitedly. Stop, Achilles. The chain is getting tighter the more you struggle, Charon said to Achilles without turning his head. Achilles also realized that he could not break free no matter how hard he tried. He simply listened to Charon and stopped struggling, and looked at the forest together. Seeing that the chain that did not bind Charon was slowly being dragged into the forest, they guessed that the enemy was about to reach the edge of the forest. That's a chain that targets divinity. After all, an immortal demigod hero isn't easy to deal with. Wu Ming's voice came from the forest. This voice is... Charon frowned again. He had sensed something when he heard the word Excalibur. Furthermore, it was rumored that Sodric had obtained the inheritance of the Knight of the Round Table, Vilo-Thoranzd. It was not impossible for him to have a weakened version of the Holy Sword. Therefore, Ka Rong estimated that he was close to the mark. Of course, Achilles, who was in a state of rage, did not pay much attention to Wu Ming's words. His face was full of resentment. You despicable person, if you have the ability, let go of me and fight me head-on. What kind of hero are you if you play tricks? Then, wearing a holy white armor, a silver-white chain wrapped around his right hand, and a silver-white chain still wrapped around his left hand. However, this chain was connected to Achilles' body. As for the two holy swords, their durability had long since reached its limit. They turned into magic power and disappeared within the pillar of light. What? It's actually this guy. Sodric, if you have the ability, let go of me. Achilles became even more agitated as if he had seen an old enemy. I didn't expect you to be summoned here. Charon also had a face full of emotion. However, he still did not lower his bow and arrow aimed at Wu Ming. After all, this continent was too chaotic. Including them, there were a total of 6 forces. Who knew which side this old friend in front of him was on? In the face of their words, it was Wu Ming who was dumbfounded. What's going on? It was rare for them to have memories of the Battle of the 14 Horsemen, or were they the servants of the Battle of the 14 Horsemen? After all, Sodric had only appeared during the Battle of the 14 Horsemen. Wu Ming, who had a deal with the 2 great restraining forces, had already set a rule that his servant image could not be sent out without his permission. Since Charon and Achilles recognized him, then they either had memories of the Battle of the 14 Horsemen or were the servants of the Battle of the 14 Horsemen. But how did they recognize me when they didn't see my face? Could it be through my voice? Wu Ming began to think again. Charon had indeed recognized Wu Ming's voice, but Achilles had only reacted after seeing Wu Ming's armor. As if thinking of this, Wu Ming looked at his armor in relief and understood. This armor was basically the same as the armor Wu Ming wore during the Battle of the 14 Horsemen, but the armor worn by Wu Ming during the Battle of the 14 Horsemen was not as bright as this armor. There was also the addition of a helmet. However, with Wu Ming's voice, it wasn't impossible for Achilles and Charon to recognize him. But since Charon and Achilles both had memories, why didn't Atalanta recognize him, or did she recognize him but didn't want to say it? As for Spartacus, that guy doesn't care who you are, as long as you are an oppressor, I will beat you, regardless of whether you are an enemy or not. And while Wu Ming was thinking, Achilles looked at the silent Wu Ming and was a little impatient. Hey, say something. Charon was also thinking silently. Could it be that Sodric didn't have memories of the Battle of the 14 Horsemen like him and Achilles? Achilles' roar made Wu Ming come back to his senses. Sorry, I just didn't expect you to have memories of that time, so I fell into deep thought for a moment. Wu Ming's voice came from under the helmet again. Kaka, then, Wu Ming controlled the helmet to open. It's good that you still remember. Was the spying just now you, or was it your partner? Charon began to question Wu Ming. After all, if there was no hostility, spying secretly was not appropriate. However, even if they were enemies, Sodric's actions made Achilles and even Charon slightly disdainful. After all, in their eyes, Sodric was a person of importance. How could he be reduced to the point of peeping? But if you say you were peeping, then so be it. Your skills were so bad that you were discovered in an instant. Aren't you embarrassed? Wu-ming naturally didn't feel embarrassed, although what he did was a little shady. After all, passing by here had aroused Wu-ming's interest, so Wu-ming didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say I was just looking around because I was interested or something like that. I passed by here and sensed the presence of many servants in this town, so I did a simple check. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. Wu-ming didn't even blush as he spoke about his peeping so openly. But he didn't expect that a simple scan of the mecha armor would be discovered by Charon. Just now, I sensed someone spying on us through the mind's eye, so I went ahead with Achilles and came out to take a look. Master will be here soon. If you want to run, do it now, Charon calmly said to Wu-ming. Hey, sensei, how are you going to cover this guy? Achilles asked, puzzled. I'm not covering his escape. After all, even if Chaldea's master and other servants come, if Sodric wants to run, I don't think our chances of catching him are high. Charon didn't care about Wu-ming's presence and said directly to Achilles. And there was something else Charon didn't say. Especially since you, the strongest of us, are still bound by the celestial lock. Charon, who was highly intelligent, had guessed what Wu-ming was talking about when he heard about the chains of divinity. After all, the only silver-white noble phantasm that was tighter and tighter to the divine chain was the celestial lock. Although Charon was also very curious about where Wu-ming got the celestial lock. As he raised his eyebrows, Charon continued to stare at Wu-ming. Then he realized that Wu-ming was smiling. Hey, the master of Chaldea you mentioned, is it the orange-haired little girl called Fujimaru Tachika? Then, seeing Achilles' expression of how did you know, Wu-ming got his answer. Looking at Gudazi, who was escorted by a group of servants in the distance, Wu-ming loosened the chain that bound Achilles. Chapter 484. Gudazi didn't know what to do at the moment. With the help of many servants, they finally passed through 3 singularities and retrieved 3 holy grails. Just when they were about to retrieve the holy grails after defeating all the enemies at the 4th singularity, the person behind the scenes who caused the burning of humanity actually came out in person. Because of Mr. Anderson, we managed to get a lot of information from him, but in the end, we didn't know what happened to the Magic King. He actually wanted to kill us directly. Pamela, Matthew, and even Mordred couldn't move in front of that guy. Is it going to end? Then, I was saved by Assassin, who I met in Winterwood City Singularity. I was really happy, and so was Matthew. As for Pamela, although she didn't show it, because of Assassin's arrival, she also relaxed. And it seems that Mordred and Assassin have an ill-fated relationship. I'm really curious. After that, although I didn't understand the conversation between Assassin and Magic King, in short, the two of them are enemies. Then, after some twists and turns, the Holy Grail of this singularity was also recovered. Then, unexpectedly, Assassin also followed us back to Chaldea. Although I wanted to talk to Assassin, my body couldn't support it. In order to go to the next singularity, I had to sleep first. Anyway, Assassin also said that he would accompany me to the next singularity. As a result, when I woke up, the doctor said that because something happened, Assassin left. How can I be so unlucky? But fortunately, the doctor said that although Assassin couldn't go with us to the next singularity, he will go back, and there will always be a chance to meet. Then, because Assassin provided the coordinates of the next singularity, it didn't take long for me and Matthew to prepare to enter the next singularity. On the contrary, Pamela still didn't wake up, but it didn't matter, Matthew was already very strong. After entering the frame, when we were about to perform the ray shift, the doctor suddenly whispered a few words. Maybe in this singularity, he will come with a special identity. The cowardly doctor said something that made himself puzzled. Special identity? Could it be that the spirit base is no longer Assassin? I've been prepared for this for a long time. No matter how stupid I am, I can see that Assassin is not an ordinary servant. Can an ordinary servant compete with a crown magician and force her to leave? He was really looking forward to it. With that in mind, Matthew and I entered a new singularity, the American continent. Then, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were Roman soldiers with similar faces and Dragonfang soldiers, as well as Caligula and Hercules, who had been defeated before. Moreover, Hercules and Caligula seemed to still remember him as they roared and charged towards him. What was going on? Fortunately, a strong light suddenly appeared in another place, attracting the two great gods. Now, he and Matthew could escape. As for where to escape to? Of course, to the other side of the light. The light seemed to be emitted by a powerful servant, plus Hercules and Caligula were attracted to it. If he wanted to live for 2 more years, of course, he would run in the opposite direction of the light. Although these Dragonfang soldiers and Roman soldiers were not weak, Matthew was also very strong. After a while, we escaped. We happened to meet Mr. Geronimo, who was observing the enemy on the edge of the battlefield. Fortunately, Mr. Geronimo was a good person. After knowing his identity as the Master of Chaldea, he invited him to join. Anyway, after asking the doctor's opinion, Matthew and I joined the team to save the United States and expel those foreign enemies. Later, Mr. Geronimo took him and Marshu to their temporary gathering place, Riverton, where they had no master or servant. Wow, there were a lot of servants here, the American outlaw Mr. Billy Boy, the faceless king Mr. Robin Hood, and Miss Elizabeth. Although Miss Elizabeth was very happy to see me, when I thought of Elizabeth singing, well, it seems that Mr. Karen and Mr. Achilles are very strong. Hey! As for why they called him Mr. Karen, cough. Because Mr. Karen is Mr. Karen. In addition to these, there was also Miss Nightingale, who was known as the Angel. It was said that she was treating a seriously injured and unconscious servant. I don't know why everyone was afraid of the treatment. In any case, including Matthew, there were now a total of 9 servants around him. He gathered so many companions at the beginning. This was a treatment that he didn't get in the previous singularity. Later, because Geronimo needed to continue to investigate the situation of other forces, he took Mr. Robin Hood and Mr. Billy Boy out. On the contrary, he was quite puzzled about the problem of other forces. Was there a lot of forces in this singularity? This was different from the previous singularities. Later, Mr. Karen answered his and Matthew's doubts. According to the current intelligence, the continent was divided into 5 regions: Washington, Chicago, Alexandria, Salt Lake City, and San Francisco, with these 5 cities as the center, spread to the surrounding areas. At present, the United States was divided into such a situation. If they added the alliance of the lone servants, there were a total of 6 forces. After all, they could no longer be underestimated. The number of nearly 10 servants was not worse than the other forces. And their 6th force occupied the places that the other 5 forces did not occupy, including Riverton, where she was now, which was the base camp of the lone servants. Apart from that, each force had a powerful background. According to Master Carring, they had not caused any trouble these days. Instead, they had been collecting information. They had discovered that these 5 forces were made up of mythical or historical figures from various countries: Celtic, Greek, Roman, Japanese, and the native forces of the United States. And in addition to the native forces of the United States, the other 4 forces had the Holy Grail. Now that I think about it, the Magic King said that he had prepared a gift for Assassin. Could it be these? But I always felt that it was not for Assassin, but more like it was for me, although it was hard to believe, but I have to accept the fact that I need to defeat these 4 forces. After learning from Mr. Karen, the sky was dark, and of course, it was time to sleep. As a result, in the middle of the night, I was awakened by the unexpected arrival of the servants. Keoheim, who sneaked down from the Rocky Mountains, and Spartacus, who rebelled against Rome. Looking at the 2 berserkers in front of me, I felt powerless for a moment. This was the same as the nurse, they were both problematic servants. However, as long as I found the berserker's preference, it was easy to get along with them. I just had to compromise with them, and then they readily agreed. Spartacus' compromise was easy to deal with, but Keoheim actually asked to be with her all the time, the kind of skin contact, which gave me a headache. But fortunately, Keoheim also accepted the treaty that they could only hold hands during the day and not touch at night. Looking at Keoheim's eyes, I always felt that she would lose her virginity like what Matthew told me. The next day, Ms. Pamilia woke up, and the doctor also sent her through the frame. This time, our sixth force can be regarded as strong, with more than a dozen servants. Later, under the discussion of Geronimo, Mr. Karen, and the doctor, the current combat mission was set. Tomorrow, we will go to the westernmost force of the United States, and ask for an alliance. After all, they don't have the Holy Grail, and the two sides don't need to be hostile, so we choose to ally first. Then, after familiarizing himself with everyone, night arrived. While preparing for tomorrow's itinerary, Mr. Karen sensed that someone was investigating them. In this way, Spartacus, who had already discovered it, because he was the closest to the person who was investigating them, he ran over without permission. As expected of a berserker. Mr. Karen and Achilles also went first. After all, the enemy was in the light, and Spartacus might be in danger. Later, I also pulled Matthew and others toward that position. In the distance, I saw Achilles was tied up in chains. This was really bad. After all, even the strongest among them, Achilles, was tied up by that shining silver enemy. But when I walked closer, it turned out to be Assassin. Assassin seemed to have seen me as well. She loosened the chains that bound Achilles and even waved at me. Really, it turned out to be a family member who beat up another family member. In any case, Assassin did not break her promise. Anyway, let's hug first. Chapter 485. Wu Ming loosened the chain that bound Achilles. When he saw Gudazi, he knew that he couldn't fight, so he put the two chains directly into the golden ripple. Then, looking at Gudazi, who ran all the way to him, Wu Ming quickly touched the armor and hugged her. Big and Zhun Wu, Keoheim, who originally wanted to stop Gudazi, was instantly dragged to the back by Elizabeth, who was rolling her eyes. Okay, don't mess with them. Can't you see that Xiaolu is very happy? Elizabeth said with a smile. Keoheim stared at Elizabeth angrily as if there was fire in her eyes. Looking at Elizabeth's evil smile, how could she not know the female lizard's thoughts? It was nothing more than her. Woo, you female lizard. Just you wait. Yes. Assassin. You're here. Gudazi hugged Wu Ming and shouted happily. As for Wu Ming, he dotingly patted her little head as if he was hugging his daughter. Aren't you afraid that you'll knock into something? My armor is very hard. With your small body, what if you break it by pouncing on me like this? But I believe that you won't let me get hurt, Assassin. It can only be said that Wu Ming's reliability made Gudazi believe that she will not get hurt. Wu Ming could only smile helplessly. Okay, come down first, Matthew is still watching. Wu Ming patted Gudazi's little head. Gudazi also realized this and hurriedly got down from Wu Ming's body. He came to little Eggplant's side and smiled shyly. Matthew didn't care about anything, but he was quite puzzled. Senpai, you and Assassin Senpai have a good relationship, but you have only met a few times. Huh? Really? I feel okay. When Matthew said that, Gudazi didn't care and said casually. Instead, Wu Ming fell into deep thought. Matthew was right. He and Gudazi have been together for less than a week. How can the two of them feel like family? However, after all, it was not the time to talk. Wu Ming looked at the pitch-black surroundings and said immediately, "Let's get out of here first. This is not a place to talk." Other servants saw the relationship between Wu Ming and Gudazi and immediately put down their vigilance against Wu Ming. After all, they just wanted to peek. Even if they wanted to explain, this was not the place to talk. So, they returned to Riverton's house. After returning to the house, only Karen, Matthew, Gudazi, and Wu Ming were left at the scene. After all, the sixth force had already been planned, and such things like discussing the plan were handed over to Karen and Geronimo, but now that Geronimo was not there, then it was handed over to the great sage Karen. After all, Karen's name was enough to convince everyone. Keoheim was forcibly suppressed by Elizabeth, Robin Hood, and Billy Boy. Because Keoheim and Gudazi signed a magic treaty provided by Da Vinci, so as long as Keoheim wanted to touch Gudazi at night, her power would be suppressed. But in fact, even if there was no power suppression, it was okay, because this berserker's strength was only E. However, Keoheim's desperate resistance made even Wu Ming slightly surprised, but he didn't know why Keoheim kept staring at him. Wu Ming was confused. Of course, this was what Gudazi ordered Elisabeth and the others to do. Gudazi saw that Wu Ming was in a good mood, and obviously, she didn't want to spoil Keoheim's mood. Pamilia saw that it was Wu Ming, and then she left with an uninterested look. Achilles, on the other hand, snorted and left. It seemed that Wu Ming's dirty trick of binding Achilles made him very unhappy. However, since it was related to his master, Achilles didn't say anything else. Then, Wu Ming explained his matter, and told them that he was now Selander. So, that is to say, you are not Sodric now. Karen deliberately emphasized the word now. Karen already knew that Wu Ming was definitely not an ordinary servant, at least not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Selander. I feel more familiar with the name assassin, and I'm not familiar with history, so I don't know this name. Matthew, do you know it? Gudazi was not familiar with mythology, so she wasn't familiar with the name Wu Ming said. The name Selander seems to be a character in The Long March. Matthew stayed in the sterile room all year round, so he read a lot of books, and he also knew some things about Selander, but not all of it. Now let's let the genius explain. Suddenly, a rather cheerful female voice came. Then, the communicator on Gudazi's wrist emitted a light, and a virtual electronic screen appeared, but this time it was not Roman's figure, but a woman wearing a 15th or 16th century European trench coat, with a mechanical arm on her left arm, and a strange staff with a hexagonal crystal at the top. After seeing this face, Wu Ming was shocked. Isn't this Mona Lisa? Da Vinci's wife. Obviously, Gudazi and Matthew were also shocked by the appearance of this Mona Lisa, cough cough. Da Vinci's wife. On the other hand, Wu Ming was relieved when he heard the name Mona Lisa. Da Vinci was Mona Lisa, so it wasn't that hard to accept. Hee. After all, this was a world of magic, and science didn't work here at all. Da Vinci's wife, stop messing around. This time it was Roman's voice, and along with the shaking of the virtual screen, Da Vinci disappeared on the screen, and Roman's cowardly face appeared instead. Sure enough, when I see this face, I subconsciously hate it. Karen frowned, and then forced himself not to look at Roman, and only listen to his voice. Even the great sage said that? Roman was disappointed, and put on an expression that said, I can't do it anymore. Wu Ming estimated that if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move freely, Roman would have lost his balance. Doctor, please get to the point. Matthew coughed, and said sternly. That's right, doctor. Since it's always the same evaluation, you should accept it. Gudazi's words were like a sharp sword that pierced Roman's body. Fortunately, Roman wasn't as unreliable as he looked. Okay. Roman sorted out his thoughts and began to explain. According to the history books, Selander was an orphan picked up by Skarha. He was Skarha's younger brother, and also Skarha's first disciple. Not only did he inherit Skarha's martial arts, but he also learned all the Lune runes. If we were to really count, he should be stronger than Cuchulainn. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest warrior in Celtic. Assassin is that strong? The title of the strongest warrior in Celtic shocked Gudazi. However, Roman's words made Wu Ming feel that something was wrong. Chapter 486. The reason why Wu Ming felt that something was wrong was because of the origin of Selander that Roman mentioned. As an abandoned orphan, he was adopted by Skarha. However, considering that the records in the future were not complete, and that Wu Ming and Skarha were considered siblings, Wu Ming did not intend to deny Roman's words. Then, in the face of Roman's words about being the strongest in the Celtic kingdom, Wu Ming smiled casually and said, "The title of the strongest warrior in the Celtic kingdom, maybe I really deserve it." It was important to note that Wu Ming was talking about himself, not Selander. After all, The villo of the Knights of the Round Table was also Wuming. Because he had already planned it in his heart, Wuming did not intend to tell Gudazi and the others. So, is this also the reason why Cuchulain called you senior brother? Matthew suddenly realized. Gudazi and Roman also recalled the time when Cuchulain was a caster at the Winterwood Singularity and called him senior brother enthusiastically. Well, in short, that's it. Wuming smiled and shrugged. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It was better for him to keep quiet. But, if you are Selander, then you are related to the easternmost Celtic kingdom. Suddenly, Karen looked at Wuming with a serious expression, as if he was guarding against something. The easternmost Celtic kingdom? What does this have to do with assassin? Gudazi was puzzled. By the way, although she knew that Wuming was now called Selander, Gudazi still wanted to call Wuming assassin. Then, Roman spoke. Tachika, do you remember when Geronimo said that there were only two forces fighting? Although she didn't understand Roman's words, Gudazi naturally remembered what Geronimo had said. Of course I remember. Mr. Geronimo chatted with me during our free time. He said that there were originally only the native forces of the United States and the Celtic forces on this continent. Not long after, the other three forces appeared. That's right. This represents the original history of the United States resistance against the United Kingdom. However, it has become a dispute between the United States heroic spirits and the Celtic heroic spirits, Roman explained. Matthew looked at Gudazi and Roman on the screen with a puzzled look. Because it was what Geronimo said to Gudazi when they were chatting, apart from Matthew and Roman who happened to hear it, even Matthew didn't know about it. After all, I thought that since we're already part of the five forces, I didn't tell everyone about this. Gudazi awkwardly scratched the back of her head. At this moment, the great sage Karen spoke up. Mseta is right about that. Then, I believe that Mr. Romani wants to talk about the leader of the Celts, Maeve, that we learned from Geronimo. All I can say is that he is indeed a sage, addressing Romani as Mr. Romani. When Ka Rong said this, it was Wuming who looked embarrassed. Hey! What about Maeve? Don't we already know that the leader of the Celtic forces is Maeve? It had to be said that Gudazi really didn't know much about history and mythology. However, she couldn't be blamed. If it wasn't for some reason or interest, most students wouldn't know about Maeve. At this moment, our little eggplant blushed and quietly whispered into Gudazi's ear. That. Senior, if the historical records are correct, Senior Selander is the person Maeve loves. Gudazi looked at the blushing Matthew, then looked at the awkward Wuming. It seemed like this was true. You're right, but it's not as simple as you think, Tachika. Wuming adjusted his expression and coughed twice. Selander is right. According to the historical records, Selander didn't accept Maeve's courtship. Roman spoke at the right time. Hey! Could it be a one-sided love? Instantly, Gudazi's mind was filled with a tragic scene. Seeing Gudazi fall into a reverie, Wuming gave her a karate chop. Although I don't know what nonsense you're thinking, it's definitely not what you think. Is that so? Because Wuming didn't use much force, Gudazi could only hold her head and smile awkwardly. Then, Roman began to tell the story of the long march to seize the Bool. Selander finished his apprenticeship in the demonic realm and walked all the way to Connaught. He settled down there and by chance, he saved Maeve, who was the current Lord of Connaught. In the end, Maeve stayed behind as a guard. Selander also stayed behind because he had nowhere else to go. Gudazi and Matthew listened attentively. Karen didn't interrupt. On the other hand, Wuming nodded. This was in line with his experience. Maeve could be said to be the Greek goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. She played with all the men she met. However, because Selander turned a blind eye to Maeve's beauty, Maeve's competitive spirit was aroused. In the end, because of her willfulness, she started a war with Ulster. The source of the war was the snatching of a sacred Bool. After that, there was the story of Selander and Cuchulain killing each other. In the end, the war ended because Maeve's father, the King of Ireland, interrupted. Selander took the opportunity to leave and Cuchulain was killed by Maeve's plot. Maeve was also assassinated because she was immersed in her love for Selander because of Selander's departure. That was the end of the story. Roman briefly described the long march to snatch the bool. It was almost the same as Wu Ming's experience. Wu Ming really didn't know what happened after that. With his own long march to snatch the bool, the ending was probably different from the original story. Therefore, Wu Ming didn't say anything. Actually, the rumors about Maeve and Selander are a little messy. There are a few versions, but this version is generally recognized as the most historically accurate, Roman continued. Wu Ming nodded in his heart. It was indeed quite accurate. It can be said that the long march to snatch the bool was caused by Selander. If it wasn't for Selander, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a long march to snatch the bool. However, Wu Ming smiled bitterly. You're wrong about that. If it wasn't for me, Maeve would have caused this war because of her selfishness, and Maeve also met two men who weren't swayed by her beauty. One loved her the most, and the other was the most ruthless. Wu Ming could understand. The one who loved him the most was naturally himself, and the one who was the most ruthless was probably Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn had delayed Maeve a lot of things. Although Maeve's original intention was to use the war to delay Wu Ming, the meticulous Maeve must have planned how to make Wu Ming stay after the victory. In the end, she was delayed by Cuchulainn, and Wu Ming took the opportunity to escape. Speaking of which, I still have to thank junior apprentice brother, Wu Ming thought. So that's how it is. What Master Charon is trying to say is that Assassin's appearance should be related to Maeve, right? Suddenly, Gudazi clenched his fist and punched the palm of his other hand. When did Gudazi become so smart? Wu Ming looked at Gudazi in confusion. Chapter 487. Hey. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Is it weird that I know? Gudazi looked at Roman, Charon, Matthew, and even Wu Ming's doubtful and surprised eyes. Ahahaha. After all, Tachika, you're not that smart. Roman, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Then, she was shut up by Gudazi's resentful glare. In fact, there are a lot of things that Roman said are not quite right, but that's generally the case, and this spiritual base is indeed related to Maeve. When Roman talked about the Celtic forces in the easternmost region, Wu Ming also guessed what Roman wanted to say. After all, this group of servants must have collected a lot of information over the past few days. Yesterday, when Rome and Greece were fighting, a Celtic servant broke into the battlefield. I think you guys also know about it. After Wu Ming finished, Charon nodded and replied. Master and Marshu were brought back from the edge of the battle by Geronimo, who was collecting information. And in the end, even here, we saw a big explosion. It's the explosion that's comparable to a nuclear bomb. Fortunately, Matthew and I ran fast. If we were affected, we would really be finished. Gudazi had a happy expression, and Matthew was also relieved. Although he was very strong, in the face of such a big explosion, even he didn't have the confidence to resist it with his noble phantasm. We have a partner who was injured by the big explosion, and he is still in a coma. But Charon's sentence attracted Wu Ming's attention. Could it be Rama? Hey! How do you know? Roman shouted in an instant. Seeing Roman's reaction, Wu Ming laughed. How could he not know? How could he not know about the explosion that he created? Not to mention himself, even Caesar and Cleopatra, who were very close to the explosion, probably wouldn't have fainted. As a servant's own defense, coupled with the hurricane caused by the big explosion, they probably wouldn't have fainted even if they were injured. As for further outside, even if there were other servants, they wouldn't have fainted. Only Roman, who was the closest to the big explosion and had overdrawn his spiritual base to use his noble phantasm, would have fainted. Therefore, Wu Ming immediately knew who the unconscious servant was. That being said, Rama wasn't an ordinary person. He had overdrawn his spiritual base to continuously use his noble phantasm, plus he was affected by his own super noble phantasm, but he was only fainted. He was worthy of his opponent in another world. And Charon guessed something. He looked at Wu Ming in shock. Are you the servant who caused that explosion? Wu Ming only nodded his head in response. What? So, the white light was released by you, assassin? Gudazi was also surprised. She missed the opportunity to meet Wu Ming for nothing. Then, Wu Ming told everyone about himself. He was summoned by Maeve to the battlefield between Greece and Rome, killed Caligula, defeated Hercules, rescued Argo, and destroyed it. Then, Rama angrily chased after him and attacked him. His noble phantasm collided with Rama's noble phantasm. As there was too much mana, it directly caused a nuclear explosion. Then, he went back to rest for a day and came here. After listening to Wu Ming's explanation, everyone nodded in retrospect. That Rome's berserker is Caligula, the third emperor of Rome and the uncle of the tyrant Nero. Speaking of which, assassin, you were able to kill that berserker so easily. That's pretty amazing, Gudazi said excitedly. Hearing this, Wu Ming thought, could it be that Gudazi and Matthew were teleported to the battlefield? How unlucky they were. By the way, Tachika, were you teleported to the center of the battlefield? Wu Ming didn't ask, but he still wanted it. Once he asked, Gudaz's face instantly drooped. Assassin, you don't know. At that time, it was all the doctor's fault. We said that we would be teleported to a safe place, but we were directly teleported to the center of the battlefield. Matthew and I almost died. Fortunately, you led Hercules and Caligula away. Roman, who was being complained about, also had a bitter expression. I didn't have a choice. The magic power of this singularity suddenly changed before you guys entered. The concentration increased by more than a little, almost comparable to the gods' generation. Because of this, the teleportation location was wrong. When Roman said this, Wu Ming nodded. After all, the Magic King created 4 Holy Grails, and the concentration of magic power increased as well. This was also why Wu Ming felt that the air was fresh. However, too high a concentration of magic power could be considered a poison to a modern person like Gudazi. Fortunately, it hadn't reached that level yet. Hey, that's it. Then I've wronged you, Dr. Tilda Gudazi apologized to Roman. Actually, this is also my fault. You must know that justice depends on you. If something happened to you, I would be a sinner. Fortunately, you're fine now. At this time, Karen, who was distracted just now, came back to his senses. After knowing that Hercules was fine, he was also relieved. After all, Hercules was Karen's disciple, so it was inevitable that he would be worried. Then, Celander, are you our enemy? Karen said seriously. Marshu and Roman were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. I don't think so. Roman smiled awkwardly. If he was really an enemy, then they had invited a wolf into the house. How can I be an enemy? Since Assassin said that she would help us in the control room, then she must be a partner. Looking at his senior's determined eyes and hearing his senior's indifferent tone, Matthew was stunned for a moment before he spoke. Yes, I believe in Senior, and I also believe in Senior Celander. Karen smiled when he saw this. Of course, I believe in Celander's character. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to bring him here. After all, Karen had a good impression of Wu Ming since he had the memory of the 14 Horsemen battle. But, I still have to ask. After that, Karen looked at Wu Ming again. Wu Ming naturally shook his head. I am indeed not an enemy. To be honest, the Celtic forces are no longer an enemy to you because the person in charge of the Celtic forces is now me. The place fell into silence. Then, Karen covered his ears. Hey hey hey. The sound penetrated the house and attracted other servants. Karen removed his hands that were covering his ears and went out to send away the servants that were attracted by the sound of the scream. As expected of a teacher, he had already expected this scream and covered his ears in advance. So, why are you so surprised? Even though Wu Ming was a servant, facing the girl's scream, Roman automatically ignored it, he still couldn't stand it. But, one of the 4 bosses that we need to defeat suddenly became one of our own. It's a bit hard to react. Gudazi smiled awkwardly. 4 bosses. Wu Ming was puzzled by Gudazi's words. Chapter 488. According to Master Karen and Geronimo's information, We know that there are 4 forces that have the Holy Grail, and the way to restore this singularity is to retrieve the 4 Holy Grails. So, we need to defeat the 4 big bosses. Gudazi said with a smile while looking at Wu Ming. Although it's not wrong to say that, it feels like we're playing a game. Tachika, be serious. Roman said weakly. Hearing Roman's complaint, Matthew felt quite embarrassed, but it was good that his senior could be so cheerful. Forget it, lass. All you need to know is that the Celtic side that I represent is already one of us. Although I can't say that I'm supporting you, I definitely won't hinder you, Wu Ming replied with a smile as he patted Gudazi's head hard. All right. Can't say that I'm supporting you. This made everyone puzzled. After all, Wu Ming was the leader of the Celtic side, how could he not support them? Wu Ming just explained with a wry smile. After all, it's not that easy to command the Celtic servants, unless you use the Holy Grail to forcibly control them, but if that's the case, it's better not to control them. Wu Ming knew that forcibly picked melons would not be sweet, so for Finn and the others, if they were not willing, Wu Ming was not prepared to forcibly control them with the Holy Grail. That's right, just not being enemies with us is already a big help. Roman sighed with relief. The Celtic forces were not as difficult to deal with as Greece and Rome. However, as long as Assassin is here, she can be considered a force. Gudazi said playfully. Roman and Matthew were stunned, but after thinking about it carefully, they realized that it was true. Just like the previous nuclear explosion, except for those first-class servants, no, it should be the top servants, who could withstand it. Like Achilles, in theory, he had an immortal body, but if he was in that big explosion, he would probably die. After all, he wouldn't be able to protect his heel from that kind of explosion. However, speaking of helpers, I can find you some. Wu Ming thought of Athena and the other subordinate gods. Actually, we already have a lot of servants on our side, so there's no need to deliberately look for more helpers. Right now, it's better to retrieve the Holy Grail as soon as possible. Roman was right. If they deliberately looked for helpers, it would have some impact on their next plan. Taking advantage of the situation was fine, but there was no need to do it deliberately. Wu Ming also nodded. That's true. It is indeed troublesome to summon them. The Skywings relied on the clones of Wu Ming's 12 clones to form a connection with Wu Ming, but Celander's spirit base did not have such an ability, so it could only rely on its subordinate gods. Although the subordinate gods also relied on their own ability to summon them, Wu Ming could also draw a magic circle to summon the clones of Athena, Lancelot, and the others from the world of the gods' layers. However, it would also take some effort. Thinking about it this way was putting the cart before the horse. Then forget it. Actually, Tachika is right. With me around, this trip will definitely be easy. Wu Ming nodded and patted Gudazi's little head, causing Gudazi to giggle and nudge Wu Ming's hand. It was not that Wu Ming was arrogant, but Wu Ming, who had cheated, could retrieve all 4 Holy Grails in a week if he wanted to. Of course, the premise was that the Magic King did not cheat. After all, it was a gift from that guy. Wu Ming did not think that it was as simple as having a few more servants. In addition, there was also Gudazi, so Wu Ming chose to proceed step by step. I was originally going to go through this place to the American forces in the west of the Rocky Mountains to prepare for an alliance. Who would have thought that I would inadvertently spy on Tachika? When Wu Ming said this, Matthew and Roman also sighed. Gudazi, on the other hand, looked very happy. This means that I am fated to be with Assassin, looking at Gudazi, who was looking at him with a smile. Wu Ming also smiled. You said that you are going to the west of the Rocky Mountains. Are you going to unite with Edison? At this time, Karen, who had sent away the other servants, also came back and happened to hear Wu Ming's words just now. Yes, after all, only the American forces that originally confronted the Celts did not hold the Holy Grail, so I decided to try to unite with the Lion Head, but, then, Wu Ming paused and continued. I don't know about the Edison you are talking about. I just heard from Maeve that the current ruler of the American forces is a Lion Head. Lion Head? Everyone was also stunned. Could it be that Edison is a Lion Head? What's going on? I also learned about Edison from Geronimo. According to the information collected by Robin Hood from the residents, Their current president is indeed called Edison. Karen looked at Wu Ming and said. Wu Ming also knew that Karen must not be lying, so he nodded. And coincidentally, we are also going to unite with Edison. After all, the other party does not have the Holy Grail, so he is indeed a good ally. Karen continued to talk to Wu Ming. And Wu Ming was also happy after hearing this. In that case, let's go together. Karen also nodded. I also have the same idea. I am going to only let Master and Matthew go with you. This way, the others can also free up some time. After all, we still have 3 opponents to deal with. Karen sighed and continued. Although we have a large number of followers, except for Achilles, the other followers have a very low chance of winning against the Greek and Roman servants. As for me, in front of Hercules and the others, I can only follow the rules. We are also relieved to have your help. Wu Ming also understood Karen's words. The followers that Wu Ming saw just now, in terms of real strength, only Achilles, Karen, and Pamilia could enter Wu Ming's eyes. The others did not bring the slightest sense of threat to him. For example, although Spartacus' noble phantasm was powerful, it was purely self-destructing. Robin Hood, Billy Boy, Geronimo, and the rest were only able to search for enemies. The intelligence they gathered was very reliable, but their combat power was still too weak for their current opponents. As for Elisabeth and Keoheim, who was just dragged away with her mouth covered, felt like a problem child, and Elisabeth, it seemed that the other followers were afraid of her. Could it be that she was actually very strong? Oh right, they still had Rama who was seriously injured and unconscious. If Rama wasn't injured, he would also be a reliable expert. But now, he had become a burden. This was really a case of a tiger being bullied by dogs. Just when Wu Ming was thinking, Gudazi smiled happily. Good, with Assassin, the journey will be much safer. It was not that Karen and the others were not helpful, it was just Gudazi's temporary feeling. Gudazi did not have any negative emotions, so Karen was not angry. In that case, you will be on the road tomorrow morning. Karen proposed. Whether it was Roman, Matthew, or Gudazi, they had no objection to Karen's proposal. By the way, Rama has not woken up yet, I will go and see him. Wu Ming suddenly said. Chapter 489. Hey, Assassin, do you know how to heal as well? Gudazi said in surprise. I'll have to see it for myself. Karen said with a smile. Both Marshu and Roman also showed their interest. Roman's words were only because he was the head of the medical department, and Marshu's words were because she had always been interested in the heroes who left their names in history, especially the one who changed from assassin to Sarande. After all, he had taught a medical expert who had created the elixir of immortality. In terms of treatment, he could not be regarded as a grandmaster, but he could be regarded as a master. However, Wu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know how to heal, I only know some healing magic, but I have a way to cure Rama. After all, it could be said that Romo had become like that because of him. Now that he had another teammate, it wasn't that bad. It was much better than having another burden. But since you want to see it, then let's go together. Later, Wu Ming, Gudazi, Matthew, Karen, and Roman came to a house in Riverton with lights on. Along the way, Karen told Wu Ming that there were humans living in this town, and they were actually the outsiders. However, because of Geronimo, the residents also accepted Karen and other servants. After all, they could at least protect them. As for why they would protect them, along the way, the lights in the surrounding houses were turned off. After all, this was a matter of course. When Wu Ming arrived, the moon had already risen high in the sky. Servants could not sleep, but Gudazi could not. It could be said that if it were not for Wu Ming's unexpected arrival, Gudazi would have fallen asleep long ago. However, Wu Ming's arrival was also an unexpected surprise for Gudazi. Karen knocked on the door of the room, followed by the sound of trotting, and the door was opened. What are you doing? Don't you know that the wounded need to rest? The person who came was a woman dressed like a battlefield doctor. She had a pretty face, a red top that looked like a military uniform, a black pleated skirt, white pantyhose, and short boots that reached her calves. She looked like both a nurse and a soldier, giving people a strange feeling. This is Miss Nightingale. She has very special medical skills. Karen awkwardly introduced her to Wu Ming. Not only Karen, but even Gudazi, Marshu, and even Roman on the virtual screen had strange expressions on their faces. On the other hand, Wu Ming was baffled. She looked very normal. It's already night time. The wounded need to rest. You should leave quickly. I still have to prepare for the amputation. Nightingale said calmly. According to Wu Ming's knowledge, Rama seemed to be the only injured person here. In other words, this servant wanted to perform an amputation on Rama. Then, Wu Ming heard Gudazi and Matthew whispering behind him. Hey hey hey! Aren't their servants taking turns to guard Rama with Nightingale? What's going on? Senpai, have you forgotten? When Senpai Salander arrived, almost all the servants had left. Mr. Geronimo did not come back, and Senpai Caron was with us. Just now, Miss Elizabeth, Mr. Robin Hood, and Mr. Billy Boy joined forces to suppress Keoheim. Usually, they would take turns, but because of what happened just now, only Miss Nightingale is left here. Parmelia and Achilles naturally wouldn't watch Nightingale here to prevent her from doing anything to Rama. Fortunately, we came quickly. Listening to the constant whispering behind him, Wu Ming smiled awkwardly. He finally understood why everyone treated this angelic young lady with such special treatment. Miss Nightingale, hello, nice to meet you. My name is Selander. Anyway, let's say hello first. Hello, Mr. Selander, do you need an amputation? Wu Ming was silent for a while. Why do you want an amputation so often? Are you that obsessed with amputation? If that's the case, it's like this. Achilles needs to be amputated. He specially asked me to invite you over, Wu Ming said in an extremely serious tone. Is that so? I'll go over now. Help me take care of the wounded. Nightingale's eyes lit up, and she immediately returned to her room. A moment later, she walked out with 2 small green bags and walked toward Achilles' house. Anyway, the distance was not close, and it was enough for Wu Ming to treat Rama. Selander, you really? Karen looked at Wu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Wu Ming also coughed a few times awkwardly. However, Achilles, my good brother, please do me a favor. If Achilles heard Wu Ming's words, he would definitely use his chariot to attack Wu Ming. Matthew and Gudazi also fell into a reverie. The immortal body that was invulnerable to swords and spears needed an amputation, and the image of Achilles' limbs that Nightingale could not cut off no matter how hard she tried appeared in their minds. The direction, no matter what, Achilles will be fine. Let's go in and take a look at Rama. Wu Ming smiled, and then walked in. Karen also knew his disciple's ability. Nightingale would not really amputate Achilles' limbs, so he stopped thinking about it and followed Wu Ming into the house. Gudazi and Matthew saw that the 2 of them had entered, so they quickly followed. After all, the 2 of them were here to see how Wu Ming would treat Rama. As for Achilles, why would an immortal hero be afraid of a nurse? Let's not care about him for now. Just like that, Achilles was unknowingly bought by his teacher and master. After entering the house, Wu Ming followed the magical aura to Rama's room. At that moment, Rama did not seem to have any injuries on his body, but his face was full of sorrow. He was unconscious, and his mouth seemed to be mumbling something. Sido. My Sido. At that moment, Wu Ming could only smile bitterly. He did not hate such an infatuated person. Moreover, she was like this because of him. Therefore, he was even more certain that he should save Rama. Rama's spiritual base is quite unstable now. It could disappear at any time. You can say that Rama's firm belief saved him. If not for that, I'm afraid that Rama would have left when he was unconscious, Karen said beside Wu Ming. Wu Ming nodded, and then looked at the unconscious Rama again. Indeed, Rama's belief was probably his wife, Sido. To put it simply, Rama is extremely lacking in magical power now. If he had enough magical power, he would be able to recover on his own without our help. At that moment, Roman, who had turned off the virtual screen for some reason, turned it on again and projected it in front of Wu Ming. Only magical power? Wu Ming was stunned when he heard that. That seemed to be right. Rama had to rush and release his noble artifact. He had to squeeze out his spiritual base because he did not have enough magical power. If he had enough magical power now, he might not be able to recover immediately, but at least he would not be on the verge of leaving. That's right. Because Rama is unconscious, Tachika can't sign a contract with him. However, even if she did sign a contract, Tachika probably doesn't have enough magical power, Roman said bitterly. Moreover, the other servants don't have much magical power to begin with. Therefore, even if I have a way to transfer magical power to Rama, the magical power gathered by all of us can only keep Rama alive. There's no way to save him at all. Karen shook his head. Wu Ming secretly nodded in his heart. That was also true. If not for that, perhaps even if Rama was saved by Geronimo, he would have disappeared by now. However, since Rama is lacking magical power, then this treatment will be simple. Wu Ming smiled slightly. Simple? Several people were puzzled. However, Karen realized something. I lack everything, but the one thing I don't lack is magical power. Chapter 490. After saying that, Wu Ming's body erupted with a huge wave of mana. Matthew and Gudazi were directly pushed away, and Karen had to struggle to maintain his body to not be pushed away. Roman's screen, on the other hand, disappeared due to the violent fluctuations of mana. Then, Wu Ming raised a hand in front of him, and countless amounts of mana in his body and the mana released outside of his body converged. Streaks of dark blue mana continuously converged. This was because the purity of the mana was so high that it could be seen with the naked eye, and this made Karen tremble. Countless amounts of mana continuously condensed in Wu Ming's hand, and not long after, this mana formed a blue high-density mana crystal in the shape of a holy grail. With the appearance of this mana crystal, the wind in the room also disappeared. If not for the traces of chaos in the room and the fact that Gudazi and Matthew were paralyzed on the ground from the wind, perhaps the wind just now would have been mistaken for an illusion. You recognize this thing, right? Wu Ming weighed the mana crystal in his hand and looked at Gudazi and Matthew. The two of them stood up in a sorry state, patted their aching buttocks, and nodded. I've seen it before. Chaldea has many mana crystals, but why is yours blue? And it's much bigger than Chaldea's. Gudazi indicated that her mana crystal was a green cube, and it was in small pieces. There's more to be surprised about next. Wu Ming smiled, and then released his mana again. But this time, the mana released only filled Wu Ming's hand, so Gudazi did not need to worry about being blown away again. The three of them just watched Wu Ming continue. Pure mana that was visible to the naked eye appeared in Wu Ming's hand. The dark blue mana climbed onto the blue Holy Grail crystal, and as if it was dyed, the Holy Grail crystal began to change color. Surprisingly, when the dark blue color covered the blue mana crystal, it didn't dye it a deeper blue, but a golden color. While he was at it, Wu Ming also smoothed out the edges and corners of the Holy Grail's crystal with magic. Just like that, a Holy Grail appeared before Gudazi. The Holy Grail? Roman shouted in shock as the virtual screen reappeared. That's not it, Doctor. That's a mana crystal created by Assassin. It's just that it's been dyed with some color. After hearing Gudazi's explanation, Roman calmed down and used the equipment to analyze the Holy Grail. In the end, just as Gudazi had said, this Holy Grail was just a magic crystal. However, this was enough for Roman to look at Wu Ming in a different light, because this Holy Grail was indeed an incomplete Holy Grail. After Roman's examination, the Holy Grail held by Wu Ming also had an unimaginably large amount of mana. It was almost the same as the real Holy Grail. It could be said that the Holy Grail held by Wu Ming only had the characteristic of having a large amount of mana. Apart from that, this Holy Grail didn't have the ability of the real Holy Grail. However, just this alone was enough to surprise Roman. Just now, due to the influence of the magical fluctuations and the poor signal, the connection between Roman and Gudazi was directly cut off. However, because Wu Ming's speed of condensing the mana crystal wasn't slow, it only took a few minutes for Roman to reconnect. In other words, Wu Ming created an incomplete version of the Holy Grail in just a few minutes. I'm afraid you're the only one who can do such a shocking thing in just a few minutes. Roman had a strange expression on his face as he said embarrassedly. Roman was naturally referring to Wu Ming's identity, and Wu Ming also understood what Roman meant. Then, looking at Gudazi, who was staring at the Holy Grail in his hand, Wu Ming smiled. Then, Wu Ming threw the Holy Grail in his hand to Gudazi. Under Matthew's worried gaze, Gudazi caught the Holy Grail in a panic. There's no hurry to use this on Romo now. You and Matthew can take a look at it. Then, the two little girls, Matthew and Gudazi, went to the side with the Holy Grail in their hands. They were still very interested in the item that was basically the same as the Holy Grail. After all, every time they retrieved the Holy Grail, they would be directly teleported back to Chaldea, so they were also quite curious. After seeing the two little girls go to the side, Wu Ming looked at Karen. When Nurse Nightingale returns, I'll let her use this Holy Grail bit by bit on Romo. As for bit by bit, after all, Romo's body was on the verge of collapse. If too much magic was injected at once, perhaps it would directly shatter. It was like a glass that had been soaked in boiling water for a long time. After taking it out, a large amount of cold water was poured into it. There was no doubt that the glass would explode. Karen nodded. As a sage, Karen naturally understood Romo's current situation. It was like a glass soaked in boiling water. Since it's settled, then Tachika and Matthew, you two should go and rest first. It's getting late, and we still have to hurry tomorrow. Gudazi was an ordinary person, so sleep was very important. Although Matthew was a subservient, he still had human habits. But even if he didn't sleep, Matthew wouldn't be able to last more than a few days. Then, Wu Ming looked at Gudazi and Matthew, who were constantly touching the Holy Grail. Hearing someone call him, Matthew's face turned red, and he quickly took his hand away from the Holy Grail. Gudazi smiled and returned the Holy Grail to Wu Ming. If that's the case, I also want to close the channel. Good night, everyone. Roman smiled and said good night, and closed the virtual screen. After Wu Ming gave the Holy Grail to Karen, he left with the two little girls. Remember where you live, I won't send you off. After all, Wu Ming didn't know the way, so he didn't want to send them off. Hey, don't, assassin. Matthew and I miss you. Come with us. Gudazi instantly pulled Wu Ming's arm and acted like a spoiled child when Matthew's face turned red. Wu Ming smiled helplessly and nodded. Well, I have nothing to do now anyway. On the way to Gudazi and Matthew's residence, Gudazi kept chatting with Wu Ming. From time to time, she would act like a spoiled little sister to Wu Ming. This made Matthew, who was behind them, blushed. After all, this town wasn't that big. Even if Gudazi deliberately slowed down, they arrived after chatting for a while. All right, hurry up and sleep. Otherwise, I won't bring you along tomorrow. Wu Ming patted Jiu Daisy's little head dotingly. Matthew too. Don't delay your sleep because you care too much about your seniors. Even if you're a subservient, you're still a human. Sleep well. Matthew nodded with a red face. Good night, assassin. Then, Matthew and I will go in first. After Matthew bowed to Wu Ming, he followed Gudazi into the room. Wu Ming, who stood outside the door, didn't leave immediately. Instead, he was thinking about something. Why do I feel that Tachika is getting more and more intimate? She's just like my little sister. Wu Ming thought about this problem and turned around to leave. In the room, Gudazi was humming happily as he made the bed for the two of them. Because there weren't many rooms, she and Matthew basically slept in the same bed. After all, Gudazi couldn't let her little sister sleep on the ground. By the way, Senior is very close to Senior Cylinder. It's just like a brother. Matthew, who was standing behind Gudazi, said gently. Oh, really? I don't feel anything. I just want to do that. Gudazi was stunned and smiled slightly. Then, her smile became mischievous. Could it be that Matthew is jealous? Gudazi looked at Matthew with sneaky eyes. How? How could it be? Matthew instantly panicked. But after seeing the look in his senior's eyes, He understood that his senior was teasing him. In an instant, Matthew's little face bulged like a bun. He pretended to be angry and looked at Gudazi. Senior, ha ha ha. Okay, let's sleep. We still have to hurry tomorrow. Senior is so annoying. Chapter 491. The night went by silently. Early the next morning, Wu-ming knocked on Gudazi's door. The one who opened the door was naturally Matthew, who had the physique of a servant. Gudazi hadn't woken up yet, and when she saw Wu-ming, she kept yawning. Wu-ming smiled helplessly. At this moment, at the west entrance of the town, Wu-ming, Gudazi, and Matthew stood on one side, and other servants stood on the other side. Many of Riverton's residents were hiding in the distance, watching from afar. Even if the residents allowed these servants to live here, no matter how kind these servants were, they were not human, and the gap between the two couldn't be closed. Cough cough. Returning to the main topic, everyone was naturally sending Wu-ming and the other two off. By the way, Pamilia was still sleeping. After all, she was a vampire. Nightingale and Achilles, on the other hand, did not come for some unknown reason. On the contrary, Rama had already woken up and participated in the farewell ceremony. Early in the morning, Wu-ming would take Gudazi and Matthew to the west coast of the American continent to unite with Edison. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to give Chaldea's master to a servant who was originally an enemy, since it was Gudazi's decision, they naturally agreed. Of course, some people were happy, some people were sad, some people agreed, and some people opposed. Kiyohime bit her sleeve, looked at Gudazi with tears in her eyes, and then looked at Wu-ming angrily. She kept looking back and forth. That's enough, it's not a life and death parting. Robin Hood, who was standing on the side, sighed and shook his head helplessly. Billy Boy, who was standing next to Robin Hood, also nodded. Then, Elizabeth, who was in her costume, smiled. That's Little Dear's happiness. You'd better send her your blessings. Little Dear was Elizabeth's pet name for Gudazi. Listening to her enemy's words, Kiyohime was even angrier. Damn stinky lizard, if it weren't for you, Anjan-sama would not fall into the hands of that man. Anjan-sama was Kiyohime's nickname for Gudazi. At that moment, Kiyohime vented her anger on Elizabeth. Look at how happy Xiaolu is now, it's none of your business. Elizabeth naturally refused to be outdone and stared at Kiyohime. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson in order to win back Lady and Jun's love. Who's afraid of who? When Robin Hood and Billy Boy saw the two girls with dragon attributes staring at each other, they tactfully retreated and kept their mouths shut. On the other side, do you really not need us to send another servant to protect Tachika-sama? Geronimo was still a little worried. This morning, Geronimo, who went out to inquire about information, had returned, and naturally participated in the farewell ceremony. Oh, I really don't need it. Assassin is very strong. Gudazi held Wu-ming's arm and said with a smile. Believe in Selander, Geronimo. Karen's gentle voice came from the side. After all, as soon as Geronimo returned, he learned that the master of his contract would go to Edison with a servant of the Celtic side who had just formed an alliance. This really shocked him. Geronimo looked at Karen, then looked at Gudazi and nodded. I'll leave the master to you, Mr. Selander. Don't worry, even if the enemy steps over my dead body, they won't be able to hurt Tachika. Not to mention, the enemy can't step over my dead body. Wu-ming said to Geronimo and Karen. And the guarantee of Wu-ming, who created a nuclear explosion, was naturally enough to convince them. At this time, Karen also spoke. By the way, Selander, Nightingale didn't come back last night. I have ways to treat patients, so I used the Holy Grail on Rama, and the effect was not bad. This made Wu-ming stunned for a moment. Nightingale didn't go back, and she disappeared this morning. Achilles also disappeared today. Could it be that Nightingale chased after Achilles to do an amputation, and the two of them chased each other away? As if he saw Wu-ming's doubts, Karen smiled bitterly. My disciple is indeed missing. I think it might be related to Ms. Nightingale. Karen purposely went to look for his disciple this morning, and found that his disciple's house was in a mess. The windows were open, as if he was being chased by something. Thinking about it carefully, it might be that nightingale. After all, she was a berserker. How could a berserker be easy to deal with? Compared to other classes, even an easy berserker was a problem child. This made Wu Ming feel awkward. Achilles, you are a man after all. How can you let a woman chase after you and run away? Cough cough. But it was Wu Ming's fault after all, so it was better not to talk about it. Then, Wu Ming looked at Rama. Although Rama was already awake, he could still see that he was weak. To use a phrase to describe him, he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. But it had to be said that Karen's medical skills were superb. But then again, now that all the tools were prepared, Karen alone was enough to treat Rama. However, to be able to wake Rama up in one night, Wu Ming took another look at Karen. To be able to teach a disciple who created the elixir of immortality, Karen's reputation as a sage was not to be underestimated. This was because Wu Ming felt that Rama would need at least a few days to wake up after experiencing the magic of the Holy Grail. Just as Wu Ming was pondering, Rama saw that Wu Ming did not speak. After hesitating for a while, he pulled a long face and spoke first. I'm here to thank you. I was reckless when we first met. Thank you for saving my life. Rama was obviously talking about the incident where he threw the relic without hesitation. Although Wu Ming and Karl were on the same side, Wu Ming had just been summoned after all. The kidnapping of Saido probably had nothing to do with Wu Ming. Rama understood this as well. However, as he was too emotional at that time, he ended up harming himself. After all, they are now my subordinates in name. But don't worry, I won't do anything to your Saido anymore. On the contrary, I'll help you to save your Saido. Again, Wu Ming had a good impression of the infatuated man. If possible, Wu Ming did not mind helping him. You're right. They are also your subordinates. When I save Saido, I'll definitely have a good fight with you. As expected of a king, he was still quite cool when he calmed down. All right. I'll be waiting for you. Wu Ming smiled as he extended his hand. Rama was stunned when he saw that. He immediately reacted and extended his hand as well to shake Xian's hand. Gudazi smiled when she saw that. Both of them seemed to have buried the hatchet. After all, she liked to see them getting along well. If that's the case, there's nothing else. Let's go. Just like that, Wu Ming led Matthew, who was fully armed, and Gudazi, who kept waving at everyone as they headed west. Of course, Wu Ming and the rest did not need to walk 108,000 miles, nor did they need to face extreme difficulties. However, I feel like we've overlooked something. Wu Ming muttered to himself. In the forest near River Tun, Wu Ming's pseudo-heavenly lock had tied Spartacus up. He was still tied up and could not move at all. Oh tilde oppressor, come and give me more pressure tilde tilde. Chapter 492. In the northwest of the Rocky Mountains, a 4 or 5 meter long white deer was jumping on the mountain like a spirit, running towards the west. This white deer was naturally the white deer that Wu Ming sat on before, the vehicle of the holy spear Yggdrasil. It was neither alive nor emotionless and was completely controlled by Wu Ming. After walking for a few minutes, Wu Ming thought that the speed was too slow and threw his spear to the ground. Then, the holy white deer based on Fen Barber appeared in front of Gudazi and Matthew. The appearance of the white deer made the two little girls feel good. After all, the white deer's appearance was still good enough. Then, Wu Ming, Gudazi, and Matthew rode the white deer. Because of the increase in the number of people, the white deer that Wu Ming summoned was naturally a little bigger, making it more convenient for the three of them to ride. Wu Ming sat on the back of the white deer, holding Gudazi in his arms, while Matthew sat behind Wu Ming and hugged Wu Ming tightly. Gudazi closed her eyes and looked carefully. Her breathing was steady. There was no doubt that Gudazi had fallen asleep. Wu Ming saw that Gudazi was sleep-deprived, so he used hypnosis to make Gudazi fall asleep. Of course, Gudazi naturally didn't know that. She just felt very sleepy, so Wu Ming proposed that he could hold Gudazi and Gudazi gladly accepted. Wu Ming still used magic to make Gudazi's senses change. Even in the violent vibration, Gudazi felt stable, so the constant jumping of the white deer did not affect Gudazi's sleep. On the other hand, Ma Shu was a little scared because of the speed of the white deer, so she hugged Wu Ming tightly. But after a period of adaptation, he got used to it. It was like riding a bus, watching the surrounding scenes receding, but he still hugged Wu Ming's waist tightly. Matthew's shield was hung on the white deer's tail by Wu Ming's control. The white deer's tail was like a ponytail. The snow-white long tail tied Matthew's shield, so there was no need to worry about the white deer's running and jumping. After all, the white deer's body was not much bigger, so it was not easy to put a shield on it. The speed of the people riding the white deer was a lot faster. In less than 2 hours, Wu Ming and the other two were about to leave the Rocky Mountains. In this way, we can be considered to have left the territory of the Japanese forces, Wu Ming said lightly. Along the way, Matthew told them about the Holy Grail forces in the Rocky Mountains. According to Matthew, there were no traces of humans in the entire Rocky Mountains. The whole mountain was full of ghosts. There were ghosts with green faces and fangs, and there were also ghosts without bodies. In short, no matter what kind of ghosts they were not something that the humans in the United States could deal with. The ghosts should be the soldiers of the Holy Grail forces. This was what Wu Ming said to himself when he first heard Matthew's explanation. Celtic had Wu Ming's soldiers, Greece had Dragonfang soldiers, and Rome had Roman soldiers. Just like other forces, Japan also had its own ghost soldiers. The reason why the residents of Riverton allowed the servants to move in was because of the ghosts attacking the humans. The Celtic and Roman troops were not only soldiers, but they were also far away from here. However, the territories of Japan and Greece happened to be on both sides of Riverton. Moreover, ghosts and Dragonfang soldiers were really like wild beasts. Before the servants lived in Riverton, not only Riverton, but also the residents of the Missouri River Valley often suffered from sparse Dragonfang soldiers and ghosts. They only knew how to use guns, so how could they fight against these enhanced version of skeletons and ghosts? Naturally, they needed the help of the servants. Later, when Wu Ming asked who the leader of the ghosts was, Matthew shook his head. Matthew told Wu Ming that the one who went to explore the Rocky Mountains was Robin Hood. Because there was no one in the Rocky Mountains, only Robin Hood, who was known as the King of Faceless, had the ability to explore such a place. According to the exploration, Denver was determined to be the gathering place of the Holy Grail forces in Japan. However, he did not enter Denver because Robin Hood had sensed a large amount of poison before he even reached Denver. Robin Hood was also a master of poison, so he was very sensitive to poison. Under the premise of ensuring his own safety, Robin Hood collected some information and left. After that, everyone knew that the Japanese forces were not to be trifled with. At least, not many servants could ignore those poisons. Especially Karen, who couldn't stand the Hydra's poison and chose to commit suicide. It was estimated that as long as Karen approached, he would be poisoned to death. Even Kiyohime, who was originally a member of the Japanese forces, didn't know. When Kiyohime was summoned by the Holy Grail again, she didn't even pay attention to the leader of the Japanese forces and directly left the Rocky Mountains. Coincidentally, no one stopped Kiyohime, so she was released. In this way, Kiyohime, who pursued her love, betrayed her original side without any information. Perhaps, because of this reason, Kiyohime was a little more honest. However, in Kiyohime's words, all of this was for love, for Kiyohime's Anjansama. In short, even Matthew didn't know the specific situation of the Japanese forces. However, Wu Ming had some idea in his mind. Japan, leader, ghost, poison, he could only think of Shutendoji. I don't know if Shutendoji here has the memory of burning Winterwood City. If so, it would be difficult to deal with. Wu Ming didn't know Shutendoji. Apart from the historical records, Wu Ming only knew that she was a female ghost who could eat people, drink wine, and didn't care about trifles. Yes, and the most important point, she did things completely according to her preferences. If she was persistent, she wouldn't let others feel comfortable even if she died. From the poisonous wine gourd in Winterwood City, It could be seen that Shutendoji, who used all her strength to release her noble phantasm, really disgusted Wu Ming. It really confirmed that sentence: even if she died, she wouldn't feel at ease. It's better to leave here quickly. Thinking like this, Wu Ming controlled the white deer to speed up a little, wanting to leave this junction quickly. After Wu Ming and others left the Rocky Mountains, in the place where Wu Ming and others were just now, a purple and quite exposed figure appeared. What a delicious smell tilde. After leaving the Rocky Mountains, Wu Ming was temporarily relieved. Fortunately, there was no Shutendoji who blocked the road to rob them. Then, Wu Ming and others entered a flat area that looked like a plain but was actually a plateau. Chapter 493. In fact, the Cordillera was not the name of a mountain. Its full name was the Cordillera Mountains. To be precise, the Rocky Mountains were also part of the Cordillera Mountains, but in order to distinguish the territories of the Japanese forces and the American forces, the two were separated. The Japanese forces were like a stickler to the rules. They only occupied the eastern Rocky Mountains, the highest part of the Cordillera Mountains, and had no intention of expanding their forces. Otherwise, Maeve wouldn't be unable to find any information. After all, even the servants of Riverton, the neighbor of the Japanese forces, didn't clearly inquire about the Japanese forces. Apart from the Rocky Mountains, which were the tallest and largest, the Cordillera Mountains were left with the Central Plateau Basin and the Western Pacific Rim Mountains. At this moment, Wu Ming and the other two entered the Central Plateau Basin area. At this moment, Wu Ming temporarily stopped the white deer. If I remember correctly, following this river may be a place called Boise. Wu Ming thought and said to Matthew. Gudazi, on the other hand, was still sleeping. That. Senpai Salander, I am not very familiar with the terrain here. Matthew's face was slightly red and said slowly. However, Senpai Salander was right, Matthew thought. It doesn't matter if you don't know. The point is that we may have to fight with the American forces. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. Hey! So soon? Do we need to wake Senpai up? Matthew obviously didn't expect to contact the American forces so soon, so he asked Wu Ming if he should wake Gudazi up. There's no rush now. There's still some distance before we reach Boise. Let her sleep for a while longer. Wu Ming caressed Gudazi's hair lovingly. Looking at the sleeping face, Wu Ming felt like raising a daughter. Senpai Salander is really gentle to Senpai. Matthew didn't know if he was envious or gratified. Seeing Matthew like this, Wu Ming smiled helplessly. Then, he spoke to Matthew. Of course, I'm also very gentle with you. Wu Ming raised his hand and stroked Matthew's short hair. After all, Matthew was also a little girl worthy of love, not to mention, Matthew, you have inherited the power of Galahad. Galahad and I have a special relationship. Wu Ming's words stunned Matthew. Could it be that Senior Selander had another identity? Matthew was puzzled. Although Matthew wasn't a particularly smart person, he wasn't stupid either. Judging from the dual identities of Jack the Ripper and Selander, he was definitely not an ordinary person. In that case, Galahad was related to him. Could he be a Knight of the Round Table? Then, just as Matthew's thoughts were running wild, Wu Ming spoke again. Of course, even without Galahad's power, I would still be gentle to you. He pressed Matthew's little head a little harder and pulled Matthew out of his thoughts. Then, let's go. Let's fight them first. Then, Wu Ming drove the white deer again. The white deer carried Gudazi, who was sleeping soundly in Wu Ming's arms, Wu Ming, who was full of fighting spirit, and the confused Matthew as they moved quickly toward Boise. When they were still a short distance away from Boise, Wu Ming deactivated the white deer state of the Holy Lance. It wasn't to show his sincerity, but because he had encountered an enemy. Then, a minute later, boom dash, the last robot infantry was cut in half with one shot. With the explosion, the 100-man robot infantry unit disappeared from this singularity. Gudazi and Matthew were stunned as they watched Wu Ming walk out of the explosion with a comfortable expression. From the moment the three of them encountered the 100-man robot infantry unit, Wuming gently woke Gudazi up. Matthew and Gudazi got off the deer, and the white deer turned into the holy lance. It took almost 30 seconds. Then, when Matthew wanted to fight these robot infantry with Wuming, they saw how quickly they were dealt with as if they were vegetables. Strictly speaking, Wuming needed to kill at least 3 or 4 robot infantry per second, and that was strictly according to 30 seconds. Of course, it must have been less than 30 seconds. Because in the battle just now, Wuming killed more than a dozen robot infantry with one shot more than once. Let's go, it's time to meet the servant. Forget it, it's over anyway. With this in mind, Gudazi and Matthew smiled awkwardly, then followed Wuming to Boise. After walking for almost a minute or two, Gudazi and Matthew noticed the fortress-like town in front of them, and a white-haired man holding a golden lance and wearing golden armor standing alone in front of the fortress with his eyes closed. Kana. Gudazi and Matthew didn't know this person. After all, Gudazi and Matthew didn't see Kana when they were in Winterwood City. At the beginning of the battle between Kana and Gilgamesh, Gudazi naturally didn't have the chance to see it. Later, when everyone went to the Yuzong Mountain, Kana only appeared to snipe Gilgamesh, but he was quickly rescued by Marshal Gil de Ray. After that, because of Astrio's noble phantasm, Gudazi and Matthew didn't see Kana. After that, Kana was eliminated by Gilgamesh. It had to be said that this was a really sad story. Because of this, when Gudazi and Marshu saw the white-haired man with golden armor and golden spear, they didn't recognize him. However, this didn't prevent Wuming from knowing Kana. Whether it was the Battle of the 14 Riders or the burning Winterwood City, Wuming had contact with him. In the Battle of the 14 Riders, Wuming defeated Kana by cheating. In Winterwood City, because of his rank, Gilgamesh replaced Wuming to fight Kana and defeated him in the end. Wuming wanted to laugh. He was almost the same as Ju. He was on the opposite side of Kana, and he was always beating Kana. However, to be able to meet Kana 3 times outside the Martyr's palace, it could be said that it was fate. He just didn't know if this Kana had Wuming's memories. However, Gana of Fuyuki City has the memories of the battle between the 14 Riders and the 14 Riders, because Wuming felt that Gana also has the memories of those 2 battles. Sure enough, you are also in this singularity. Kana opened his eyes and looked at Wuming. Sure enough, Kana remembered Wuming. I didn't expect that we would meet again. It's really fate, Kana. Wuming smiled. Kana also nodded, then looked at his hand that wasn't holding the spear. Yes, the identity of a servant can really make such miracles happen. When Wuming and Kana were chatting, Gudazi was indeed shocked. Kana, the god-killing hero who was defeated by the Hero King before I even met him? Now I see him in person. After all, she didn't see his real face last time, so Gudazi was quite regretful. Indeed, I can feel a very dangerous aura from Mr. Kana. It's like the fire of the sun that can burn everything. Matthew said solemnly as he sensed the magic power that Kana was gradually emitting. He was ready to protect his master with his shield. By the way, I feel that Kana and Assassin are close. Why don't you do us a favor and let us pass? Gudazi looked at Kana with a smile. Is this the master of Chaldea? Although he looks trustworthy, he's still a bit immature. Kana glanced at Gudazi expressionlessly. Then, Kana waved his golden spear at Wuming. I've already accepted Edison's request and worked for him. He asked me to guard this place. Gudazi, who felt that things were going to fall through, looked a little depressed. But if it's him, I can let him pass. It seemed that Kana had some understanding of Wuming after many competitions, and it was a positive understanding. Just as Gudazi's sadness turned into joy, Kana spoke again. But it's rare for us to meet. It's not right to let him pass without a fight. With that, Kana rushed at Wuming. Then, Gudazi's face turned green. She felt like she had been tricked. To put it bluntly, we still have to fight, right? I'm already prepared. Wuming laughed and faced the incoming Kana. The third battle between the scorching golden spear user and the holy silver spear user had begun. Chapter 494. Clang, clang, clang. The ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding echoed in the air. Huff, huff, huff. Flames raged on the ground in front of the main gate of the fortress like meteorites falling from the sky. The walls of the fortress nearby also showed signs of damage. Hum. As if the air was vibrating, countless rays of light and flames clashed with each other. The figures of flames and meteors kept intertwining. The tip of the spear accompanied by flames and the tip of the spear accompanied by holy light could be vaguely seen. Obviously, that was where the sounds of metal colliding came from. Due to Kana's sudden attack, Wu Ming didn't back down and counterattacked. This battle implicated Matthew and Gudazi for no reason. This was because as long as Gudazi showed the attitude of negotiating with him, Kana would definitely not attack again. However, this time, Wu Ming was involved. Although he had joked that Wu Ming was like due to Kana, in fact, Kana did have some feelings for him. After all, even a saint would be prejudiced if he kept losing to the same person, let alone Kana. As a result, Kana and Wu Ming fought for the third time. Both the overflowing magic power and the airwaves caused by the battle affected a shield on the battlefield. The shield kept shaking and seemed to be in danger. Ooh! Matthew put his shield in front of him and struggled to resist, protecting Gudazi behind him. The blade of the shield extended out from the bottom and stabbed deeply into the ground. One could vaguely see a thick layer of magic power attached to the shield. It was Matthew's magic defense skill, which had the same nature as magic release, except that magic defense was used for defense, while magic release was used for attack. However, even so, the current situation was quite bad for Matthew. Kana's sudden attack during the conversation and Wu Ming's counterattack were all carried out under the premise that Gudazi and Matthew hadn't retreated to a safe range. In the beginning, Kana paid attention to Gudazi's safety. After all, he wasn't a criminal. Wu Ming was the same. His love for Gudazi naturally made Wu Ming pay attention to Gudazi's safety. However, the two of them were extraordinary figures after all. Originally, they wanted to hold back, but now, it became a battle where they gradually increased their strength. Realizing that she might get hurt if she continued to watch, Matthew wanted to take Gudazi further away. However, before Matthew could take Gudazi out of the danger zone, the aftermath of flames, holy light, airwaves, and storms swept over. It was precisely because of this that the city walls of Boise City had become so dilapidated. Now, Gudazi could only hide behind Matthew's shield. Once she left the protection of the shield, Gudazi would probably be blown away in an instant. At this time, Roman, who was paying attention to this place, turned on the virtual screen and projected it to Gudazi's side. Sure enough, Sarande and Kana are both exceptional servants. The aftermath of a battle of this level can't be ignored. Roman said to himself and nodded. Doctor, you'd better not talk too much. Can't you see that Matthew is already having a hard time? Gudazi looked at the virtual screen beside her with disgust. Yes. Just by being called out by Gu Daisy, Roman had once again returned to his cowardly and timid appearance. However, Gudazi could shout from here, which showed that Matthew was well protected. However, even if she could only be protected, Gudazi wouldn't just stay behind Matthew. Now, Matthew's hand holding the shield was already covered by Gudazi's hand. Feeling the warmth of Matthew's hand, although his body was very tired, Matthew's heart was incomparably firm. Although it seemed that Matthew couldn't hold on any longer, his shield could still continue to resist the aftermath of the two exceptional servants. There was nothing that the sacred round table couldn't resist. Doctor, is there no way to stop them? Gudazi roared like a child. However, this was a last resort. Although they didn't know why Boise City had become a steel fortress, the steel fortress had collapsed under the battle between Wu Ming and Kana. That's right, the walls of the fortress that was in good condition just now had been broken, and a few mechanical infantry could be seen faintly falling down. Not only that, but the ground where Matthew and Gudazi were standing also began to crack. If they waited for Wu Ming and Kana to fight for a while longer, there was no doubt that the two of them who had released their noble phantoms would destroy the fortress. What can I do? Roman scratched the back of his head weakly. At this moment, Wu Ming and Kana separated, and the fight naturally stopped. However, this also proved that the two of them weren't too immersed in the joy of fighting. If we don't release our noble phantoms, we won't be able to determine the winner in a short period of time, Kana said lightly. After all, during the Battle of the 14 Horsemen, Wu Ming and Kana couldn't determine the winner in terms of martial arts, so they still had to rely on their noble phantoms. When he said that, Gudazi, Matthew, and Roman were shocked. If he released his noble phantoms, Gudazi and Matthew would be in trouble. Even so, you and I don't want to release our noble phantoms, right? Wu Ming threw the spear in his hand, and the spear turned into white light and merged into his body. That was not the real holy spear Yggdrasil, but a noble phantoms based on the identity of the Holy King. After all, the real Yggdrasil was still in Uruk. Moreover, this time, it's not pure martial arts. Your flame and my light are not simple things, just like this. Wu Ming raised one of his hands, and a white light emerged. However, unlike the holy light in the past, this time, the light in Wu Ming's hand was full of cruel charm. Just like the church organization in fantasy novels, there were many gentle and amiable church members, but there were also church members who were responsible for judgment. At this moment, Wu Ming's light was in such a form. This time, I won. Wu Ming smiled slightly at Kana. After Wu Ming finished speaking, Kana did not answer but fell into silence. I feel that Assassin's aura is a little different. It's a bit serious. Is it an illusion? Gudazi approached Wu Ming and looked at the light in confusion. Maybe it's really like what Senpai Solanda said, these lights are not simple things. Matthew also came over. Matthew and Gudazi, one on the left and one on the right side of Wu Ming, looked at the light. At this moment, Matthew had already put down his shield, and the two had already begun to move toward Wu Ming. Some of the conversation between Wu Ming and Kana naturally fell into the ears of Gudazi and Matthew. Indeed, the current you is somewhat different from the two you that I met before. This time, I have indeed lost. Cough, cough. After that, Kana coughed, and blood came out of his mouth. Chapter 495. Although Kana was coughing up blood, his face did not change much. He was still pale because he was a Caucasian. After calmly wiping away the blood that he had coughed up, Kana put away his golden spear. However, unlike Wu Ming, he could not put the spear back into his body. Instead, he made the golden spear disappear into the air as if it was spiritualized. However, at this moment, Roman was a little uneasy. Are you for real? Kana was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Roman looked at Wu Ming in surprise. Well, doctor, what's so strange about that? Matthew, the good student, raised his hand and asked. Kana has the golden armor given to him by the Indian sun god, Surya. It's safe to say that almost nobody can hurt him, Roman answered Matthew's question. At this moment, Kana continued Roman's words. That's right. My armor can block 90% of the damage. Even if it's a grade A+ military relic, I can still take it head-on. Hearing Kana's confession, Gudazi, Matthew, and even Roman were shocked. It was amazing that he could take a hit from a grade A+ relic. Even Wu Ming, who already knew the truth, thought that Kana was cheating. Even Wu Ming himself did not think that Kana was as crazy as he was. After adding the Lune rune to his armor, it could only take on a grade A relic at most. The grade A+ relic that Kana mentioned must be a relic that had been doubled. Wu Ming would not be able to take it. However, this was under the premise that Wu Ming did not resist and took it head-on. For Wu Ming, if he really encountered a grade A+ military relic, he would just consume a lot of mana and throw it out. If one was not enough, he would throw out 2 or 3. After all, Wu Ming's mana was almost unlimited. He could just use it to make babies. Of course, Kana's cheating couldn't be stopped. Other than that, the armor also has the ability to automatically repair injuries, and I can also use my flames to burn away foreign objects or negative effects in my body. As he spoke, flames began to appear in Kana's body, just as he said. A few wisps of smoke rose from Kana's body and disappeared into the air. I've already eliminated the light in my body. Without the source of damage, the wounds in my body have already begun to heal. He had to admit that the clear debuff skill was really useful. In fact, even if Kana didn't burn the light with flames, Wuming would have removed it anyway. First of all, as we saw earlier, even without Wuming, Kana could have made contact on his own. Secondly, there was no need to keep the light. Hostage-type methods wouldn't work on Kana at all, even if the hostage was himself. Lastly, since we're about to form an alliance, fighting and killing isn't good, smiley face. So powerful. Gudazi said blankly. Matthew also nodded. Seeing the two of them like this, Kana shook his head expressionlessly. Even so, he still hurt me. Of course, Kana had to be talking about Wuming. Well, it's just a little trick. It's not worth mentioning. Wuming smiled and created a ball of light in his hand. Kana's armor was bestowed by the Indian sun god, Surya. It was said that this invincible armor was made of light, so even the gods couldn't hurt Kana at all. However, Wuming's current method was light. Kana's sunlight armor was able to block countless attacks. It could even defend against light elemental attacks. In other words, as long as there was no damage, it wouldn't defend. Therefore, in the face of Wuming's light, Kana's armor was completely unaffected. In Wuming's eyes, Kana's armor was like a piece of armor with a large gap. He could deal damage just by stabbing the air. In other words, Kana was naked in front of Wuming. Cough, cough. Back to the topic, Wuming used the characteristics of light to temporarily pass through Kana's armor and into Kana's body. Then, after the light entered Kana's body, it exploded and created an extremely harsh judgment aura. It destroyed Kana's body from the inside, which was why Kana was injured. After all, Kana couldn't defend against internal damage. However, Kana shook his head. You're stronger than me. Then, Kana told him the reason. Let's not talk about the second time we met. The first time we fought, I lost. Gudazi, Matthew, and the others also understood something. Wuming had met Kana in other places and defeated him, and Kana still had the memory of being defeated. However, Wuming shook his head with a wry smile. In the beginning, Wuming was able to defeat Kana by relying on the help of suppression, his own skills, and the protection of the golden armor. The suppression allowed Wuming to obtain a powerful noble phantasm that surpassed Kana's god-killing spear. His own skill, holy fire erosion, made him a human, which allowed Wuming to deal additional damage to Kana. In the end, Kana took off his golden armor. Without that layer of absolute defense, Kana really had no defense at all. The powerful power of Wuming and Kana's ultimate noble phantasm directly shattered Kana's spirit core, and that was how Wuming won. In the burning Winterwood City, it was Gilgamesh who fought against Kana. Just Enkidu alone was enough to restrain Kana, not to mention that Gilgamesh could also use his noble phantasm. If Gilgamesh specifically picked some noble phantasm that could ignore defense, then Kana would be a piece of cake. However, Kana was indeed worthy of being called the strongest servant. He managed to damage Gilgamesh's spirit core before he left the stage. Although Gilgamesh won, because of a moment of carelessness, his spirit core was also damaged by Kana. This showed how powerful Kana was. Coupled with Kana's handsomeness and obedience, he was simply perfect as a servant. Wuming smiled helplessly. In that case, since you've already lost, can you take us to see President Wang Edison? We came here with the sincerity of an alliance. The fight was over, Kana had admitted defeat, and Gudazi and Matthew were fine. In that case, it was time to talk about business. Hey! I was so focused on watching the two of you fight that I forgot the purpose of coming here. Ahahaha! Roman said weakly. Then, he was looked at with disdain by everyone. Since you only want an alliance, then I'll naturally take you there. After Kana finished speaking, he was ready to take Wuming and the others to see the President Wang. Is everything okay here? Gudazi said cautiously. The steel city of Saibuasi had been turned into ruins, and a large amount of steel could be vaguely seen mixed in it. Those were the remnants of the mechanized infantry. No need, there's no living person here, and this fortress is actually just for decoration. It won't be long before the mechanized infantry comes to repair it. Good Lord, this place that was originally an ordinary town turned into a steel fortress. It was probably built and constructed by the mechanized infantry that Kana mentioned. It had to be said that robots were useful. They were emotionless, tireless, and calm. If the number was increased, they could even kill a third-rate servant. Of course, because the President Wang didn't have the Holy Grail, these mechanized infantry were much weaker than the other forces. However, no force was willing to deal with the UA forces, so there was no need to be too nervous. Let's go, it's a bit far from San Francisco. Let's try to get there before dark. After that, Kana jumped and left. There was no need to worry about losing him. The servant's aura was very obvious, so Wu Ming was not in a hurry. Then I'll turn off the screen first. After that, Roman's figure disappeared in front of them. Let's follow him. After that, Wu Ming pressed his hand on the ground, and a white deer appeared. It was the one he rode before. Then, Wu Ming, Gudazi, and Matthew sat together again. But this time, there was no sign of Gudazi sleeping. In this way, Wu Ming's plan to go west came to an end. Chapter 496. Wu Ming, Gudazi, and Matthew rode the white deer and followed Kana. Although Kana ran very fast, the white deer controlled by Wu Ming was not slow either. Hence, Kana had no intention of slowing down, or rather, he had no intention of slowing down from the beginning. In this way, with Kana's pass, Wu Ming and the others could be said to have a smooth journey. Witnessing the scene of the mechanical kingdom along the way, Gudazi and Matthew were quite surprised. Even Wu Ming was a little surprised. Along the way, basically every town had become a steel fortress, just like a modern town. Every city had stable residents, and there were also a small number of mechanical infantry. Other than that, there were a large number of mines in the central and western part of the Cordillera Mountains. There were a large number of mechanical infantry with all sorts of tools, such as picks, shovels, chisels, and so on. Countless minerals were being transported in the direction of San Francisco. Wu Ming guessed that it was likely to be the raw materials for the production of mechanical infantry. I'm afraid that these mechanical infantry were created by Edison. This was Wu Ming's judgment at that time. However, both Gudazi and Matthew felt that it was right. After all, Edison was an inventor, and it was not unacceptable for him to produce these mechanical infantry through noble relics or skills. After all, they were servants, and the definition of ordinary people lost its effect. Indeed, these mechanical infantry were all created by Edison alone. Kana also nodded. However, Wu Ming was quite concerned about this sentence. They were created by one person, and there were so many of them. Although the strength of these mechanical infantry could not compete with the soldiers of other forces at all, and could even be said to be crushed, these mechanical infantry were equipped with special equipment. Most of these mechanical infantry were mainly armed with machine guns, and Wu Ming could feel the magic and threat from these machine guns. Previously, when Wu Ming and the others were attacked by a team of 100 mechanical infantry, those mechanical infantry used machine guns. Wu Ming, who took a few hits, could determine that although there was not much magic, and the threat was very small, there was no doubt that those machine guns were comparable to low-level noble relics. On the shells of those mechanical infantry, Wu Ming also felt the same magic, so Wu Ming speculated that the shells of these mechanical infantry were also comparable to low-level defensive noble relics, and could even be used to hit people. However, even so, they could not resist Wu Ming's spear. A low-level noble relic was a low-level noble relic. Wu Ming's spear was enchanted, and piercing these mechanical infantry was as easy as piercing paper. Of course, even if he didn't add magic to the weapon, it wouldn't be too difficult to stab with the spear. It would only be like piercing through cardboard. It was precisely because of this that the team of 100 mechanical infantry they encountered earlier was so easily annihilated by Wu Ming. However, if compared to the soldiers of the other forces, it was almost enough. After all, mechanical infantry used machine guns, and this was the only force that used firearms among the several forces. Although they could also compete in numbers, the other forces were blessed by the Holy Grail, so it was obviously unwise to compete in numbers. Of course, if Edison's production speed was enough to rival the other forces blessed by the Holy Grail, or even surpass them, it was not impossible to compete in numbers. Wu-ming still remembered the incident where Edison only slept for 3 to 4 hours when he was alive. On the way, he even joked, maybe this incident was sublimated into his noble relic or skill. Although it did become Edison's noble relic or skill. And it was Edison who told them personally after the success of the joint operation. "We're here. San Francisco is right in front of us, the base camp of our force," Kana stopped and said to Wu-ming and the others behind him. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Wu-ming felt that with Kana leading the way, it would indeed save them a lot of effort. Although Wu-ming also knew that Edison's base camp was in San Francisco, and he also knew the general location, he had not been to this place before. Compared to fumbling around on his own, it would be faster to have a familiar person leading the way. "Then let's go, get ready to form an alliance with Edison." Then, the four of them entered San Francisco together and came to a palace-like house. Although it looked like a luxurious house from the outside, the interior was not that outstanding. The structural materials were just like an ordinary house. The only difference was that the interior space was not small. This should be Edison's office or laboratory, Wu-ming guessed. Then, under Kana's lead, they came to a house that looked like a living room. There were ordinary wooden sofas, ordinary tables, ordinary tea sets, and ordinary plain water. It seemed that after Edison was driven here, he did not have a good time. Wu-ming thought. Or rather, Edison did not deliberately pay attention to these things. Then, where did his attention go? Of course, it was on the mechanical infantry. After Kana entertained Wu-ming and the others for a while, he let Wu-ming and the others stay here alone. Then, Kana left, probably to find Edison. However, it was really fortunate that it was Kana. If it were someone else, even if Wu-ming and the others said that they wanted to negotiate, the other party would not let Wu-ming and the others sit here like this. No matter what, he had to find someone to look after Wu-ming and the others. After all, it was not completely determined whether Wu-ming and the others were really here to form an alliance. What if Wu-ming and the others had other purposes and took advantage of Kana's absence to carry it out? Only Kana, who had the skill of the poor, dared to do this. Poor's knowledge, Kana was lucky enough to ask the weak about their lives and values. He could see through the other party's character and attributes, and he would not be deceived by verbal excuses. In addition to not being deceived by falsehood, he also had the characteristic of not being deceived by false words. Kana could tell that Wu-ming and the others were not lying through this skill. Coupled with Kana's understanding of Wu-ming, he was very relieved to let these outsiders stay here alone. I can only say that as expected of Kana. Wu-ming drank a mouthful of plain water and said indifferently. Gudazi and Matthew were stunned by Wu-ming's sudden words. "Assassin, what did you just say? Why don't I understand?" Gudazi naturally would not hide her doubts in her heart and asked directly. "It's nothing. I just figured out some things. It's nothing to worry about." Wu-ming then smiled helplessly and waved his hand, indicating that they should not worry about him. Since Wu-ming said so, Gudazi and Matthew naturally did not pay any more attention to him. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and a strong blue, lion head walked in. Chapter 497. The door was pushed open, and a strange creature with the body of a human and the head of a lion walked in. The newcomer was dressed in blue tights. His muscles were bulging and he seemed to be quite powerful. He wore red gloves with silver edges and dark brown men's boots. He also had a red cape with white stripes that reached his ankles from the back of his waist to the side of his waist. There was a metal plate on his chest that looked like the mouth of an energy cannon, and there were stripes around it that looked like a hero who fought monsters. There were 2 large bulbs on his shoulders, but the most eye-catching thing was the white lion's head. "Oh. Is this the master of Chaldea? It's an honor to meet you. With your help, our wishes will come true." The lion's head spoke in a lion's voice as soon as it appeared. Gudazi and Marshu were stunned when they saw the lion's head, because the contrast was too big. Now they felt like they were watching a comedy. Wu Ming was also curious about the lion's head, but he was not as stunned as Gudazi. You must be President Wang Edison. Gudazi and Matthew widened their eyes as soon as Wu Ming finished speaking. They looked at Wu Ming as if they had gone crazy. Wu Ming pretended that he did not see them, and the lion's head, Edison, did not notice Gudazi and Matthew's expressions. He was looking at Wu Ming. Oh, you're right. I'm the symbol of America. I'm the king of all presidents. I am Edison. Then, Edison struck a pose on his own. Gudazi and Matthew did not know what to do. It was too awkward. Yes. President Wang, please move aside. Your body is too big. Then, an intellectual female voice was heard. Oh, sorry. With that, Edison walked towards the interior of the room. It turned out that Edison stopped to talk to Gudazi and the others as soon as he opened the door. Coupled with Edison, who had undergone some sort of mutation, this overly tall body completely blocked the door. Now, Edison moved aside, revealing the people behind him. Kana walked in with a petite but intellectual woman. Gudazi and Matthew were thinking, finally, there's a normal person here. The woman began to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Helena Blavatsky. I'm Edison's friend. You can call me Helena. Helena smiled at Gudazi and the others. It had to be said that Helena was quite approachable. Anyway, Gudazi and Marshu had calmed down now. Hello, Madam Helena. I'm Tachika Fujimaru, and this is Matthew Gillett. Nice to meet you, Gudazi said happily. Hello, madam, Matthew said politely to Helena. Sure enough, compared to the cold-hearted Kana and the lion-headed Edison, the gentle and intellectual Helena was more likable. Tilda, what an obedient child. Helena also nodded with a smile. Edison coughed. Of course, this meeting was not a friend meeting, but a joint negotiation. A faint smile appeared on Helena's face upon seeing this, and she took a position behind Edison. By the way, Kana, who had remained silent this entire time, was already standing behind Edison. Since when did Edison value power so much? Wu Ming saw this clear master-slave relationship, but Wu Ming didn't say anything. Then, Edison spoke. So, Master of Chaldea, let us begin the negotiations on the alliance. Then, Edison sat opposite Gudazi, and Helena and Kana stood behind him like guards. The atmosphere changed instantly. In order to not lose their dignity, Matthew and Wu Ming went behind Gudazi together. Now, Edison and Gudazi were sitting opposite each other, Kana and Helena were facing Wu Ming, and Matthew was standing behind Edison and Gudazi. One had to know that a negotiation would only be a joint negotiation if they were equal in strength. If they were not, it would be annexation. However, Gudazi was a master who had experienced the terrifying aura of the Magic King in the 4th chapter, after all. Just the current atmosphere was not enough to scare Gudazi. Gudazi looked at Wu Ming, and Wu Ming smiled and nodded in encouragement. Then, Gudazi spoke. Well, Mr. Edison, I think we have the same goal, which is to defeat the other forces and seize the Holy Grail. Therefore, I think we can work together. Seeing Gudazi state her goal in an orderly manner without being scared by the atmosphere, Wu Ming was extremely gratified. Of course, Gudazi's junior, Matthew, and Roman, who had been silent and had not shown his virtual screen, were also gratified. This was what Wu Ming had told Roman on the way. Roman's face and voice seemed to have the ability to taunt. In addition, Wu Ming felt that Gudazi needed to be trained, so he told Roman not to appear and hear. After thinking about it, Roman agreed. After asking Wu Ming to take care of Gudazi, he went into hiding. However, he could still hear everyone's conversation. There was no need to hide this, so Wu Ming did not say anything. Edison nodded and expressed his affirmation. Well, I see. We can work together, but I'm not going to take the initiative to attack. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Although he said I'm sorry to disappoint you, Edison's face did not show the slightest hint of apology. Hey, why? Matthew was obviously surprised by this answer. That's right, Mr. Edison. Although there are only a few of us this time, I'm here to work with you on behalf of the servants who are alone. We have gathered Karen, Achilles, Nightingale, Geronimo, and many other servants. I believe that we can save this era if we work together. Hearing Gudazi's words, Edison was not surprised. Instead, he touched his chin and thought, "Oh, there are heroes like Achilles, Karen, and I didn't expect Ms. Nightingale to be with you." Then, Helena opened her mouth and explained to Gudazi, "Actually, Ms. Nightingale used to be one of us." Due to the arrival of several new forces, our camp was forced to retreat to this place. Ms. Nightingale didn't retreat because of her unique personality. I thought she had already left. After a pause, Helena continued. In fact, we also have many servants, but we lost a lot of them when we fought with the Celtic side and the 3 new forces. At present, there are only 3 of us left. We thought Ms. Nightingale had left, but we didn't expect her to still be here. Edison didn't stop Helena from exposing his family's information. After all, there was no point in lying about this. A little investigation would reveal that for someone who was at the end of their rope, hiding their trump card would be a foolish move to bring their trump card to hell. However, what Helena meant was that Edison was concerned about the fact that Nightingale was still alive. In that case, why don't we join forces to fight? It's better than being swallowed in the end. Gudazi was a little puzzled. In the first few singularities, except for the enemy servants, basically all the servants they encountered would join their side, and then everyone would win the Holy Grail together and solve the singularities. But this time, the president, Wang Edison, chose to escape and avoid the war, which really made Gudazi confused. "I am preparing to accumulate strength, and when the other forces are defeated, we will take them down together." Ha 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 tilde. As if he had come up with a perfect plan for himself, Edison laughed happily. In other words, Edison was preparing to go into a defensive mode to prepare for battle. However, it could only be said that he was worthy of being an inventor's brain, and he really didn't know anything about war. I don't know if Helena knows this or is really hiding it, but Kana must be hiding himself, so he didn't tell Edison. "So, Edison, what if the other forces join forces to destroy you first?" Wu Ming said directly, without even using honorifics, and told Edison what Kana didn't say. "Huh." Looking at Edison, who was a little stunned by his straightforward words, the corners of Wu Ming's mouth rose slightly. He was prepared to cooperate with Gudazi to play the role of the good cop while he played the role of the bad cop and put on a 2-man show. Chapter 498. Well, Edison obviously realized the problem after hearing Wu Ming's words. After all, isn't it best to get rid of the onlookers in a war? Wu Ming said as he glanced at Kana. However, Kana didn't move at all. He was just like a tool. Then, looking at the helpless expression on the lion's face, Wu Ming continued. "Although Kana is indeed an exceptional servant, if the other forces join forces and send a few first-rate servants to stall him, then only you and Helena will be left. Do you think you can resist the attacks of 2 or even 3 forces?" Wu Ming said as he walked toward Edison. Kana and Helena didn't move either. Wu Ming's words made Edison even more speechless. Kana still didn't say anything like a tool. Helena seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she still didn't say anything. This sentence pointed out the biggest weakness of Edison's group at the moment: they didn't have high-end combat power. Regardless of whether it was Helena or Edison, Wu Ming didn't think that they would be able to last more than a few rounds under his gun even if they fought with their lives on the line. At most, they would be able to last 5 rounds. It could be said that if it weren't for Kana, Wu Ming would have been able to instantly kill the 2 of them. Of course, Wu Ming didn't have such thoughts. But since that was the case, it meant that only someone could stall Kana, and if a few more powerful servants came, then Edison and Helena would be dead for sure. I've seen a lot of powerful servants from other forces. The demigod hero Hercules, the huntress Atalanta, the traitorous witch Medea, the Roman Emperor Julius Caesar, and the Egyptian Queen Cleopatra. Do you really think you can resist their combined forces? Wu Ming was getting closer and closer to Edison. But, they might not join forces. Edison's lion face looked very weak. Indeed, but don't forget, those are only the enemy servants I've identified so far. In Denver, there is also the King of Ghosts, Shutendoji, who is suspected to be the commander of thousands of ghosts. You won't believe me if I say that Shutendoji has no other servants under his command. In addition, I don't think the Greek forces only have a few servants. There must be more powerful ones behind them, and Rome, which can fight Greece so well, must have other powerful servants. Well, the reason why Greece and Rome could fight so well was that neither side had the intention to start a decisive battle. After all, there were still other forces eyeing them covetously. Wu Ming believed that if both sides were to fight to the death, the Greek side would have the upper hand. That was because the Greek side was more mysterious than the Roman side. Of course, this was only a guess at the moment. After all, they had not completely confirmed the hidden means of both sides. Wu Ming also relied on this information that Edison didn't know to be able to scare him. Then, Wu Ming continued to speak, word by word seriously. Do you think that you can resist Kana, your robots, and the fortresses that can be destroyed easily in a battle? You think that you can resist Kana, your robots, and your fortresses? Kana asked with a smile. Wu Ming said while walking, and he had already walked in front of Edison, staring at his lion face. Even so, Helena and Kana still didn't move, as if they trusted Wu Ming very much, or they really regarded themselves as tools called servants. Wu Ming's words that did not leave a way out mercilessly poked at Edison's soft spot. In fact, Edison already knew in his heart that if there was an enemy attack, with his super weak individual combat ability, other forces might not be able to resist. No, it should be him, and Helena was naturally the same. If Ghana was held back, then they would definitely fail. That was why Edison wished he could spend an extra hour a day, a total of 25 hours making mechanical infantry day and night. And those towns and fortresses were built for this reason. Otherwise, he would really have no sense of security. He knew all this, but he was subconsciously unwilling to admit it. I still have the Superman potion that I have painstakingly developed. As long as I inject this into my body, I can get the power of a superclass servant, Edison said excitedly, and he took a tube of colorful potion from nowhere. Then, bang! Wu Ming grabbed the tube of Superman potion in an instant, and with a hand that seemed to be holding on to magic, he threw the tube to the ground and crushed it. Now you don't have it. Wu Ming still stared at Edison's lion face, and said this shameless sentence very calmly. But even so, in Wu Ming's vague prying, Kana and Helena still didn't move, and Helena even breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, Wu Ming seemed to have understood something. Poor lion head. Not only was he tricked by the enemy, but he was also tricked by his own people. But this was indeed for his own good. However, at this moment, Edison had no time to care about others. Edison speechlessly looked at the Superman potion on the ground that had lost its color and was gradually drying up. That was the only tube of Superman potion left. Looking at the Superman potion that was gradually seeping into the ground and slowly disappearing, Edison really had no power at all now. By the way, I'm here on behalf of the Celtic forces to ally with you. I have already joined forces with the Master of Chaldea to save this singularity. How is that possible? Edison was shocked after hearing this. You barbarians don't know how to ally. Edison seemed to have a deep grudge against the Celts, so when he knew that Wu Ming was on the Celtic side, he was extremely excited and returned to his previous state. This time, even Helena's face showed a hint of surprise. It seemed that Kana didn't tell them that Wu Ming was on the Celtic side. Wait a minute, Wu Ming remembered something. It seemed that he didn't tell Kana and Wu Ming that he was on the Celtic side. I know that you have a deep hostility against the Celts. After all, this singularity was originally a war between the Celts and the United States, so the hatred between the two sides would certainly grow. Although the servants were indeed dead, and they would only return to the martyr's palace when they died again, in the eyes of Edison and the others, the Celts were still quite hateful because they killed many of their servants. But the Celts didn't think that way. It was the law of the jungle. Ahem. as expected of the Celtic barbarians, but there is a saying that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. But compared to interests, I want to be friends with you. Edison stared blankly at Wu Ming's sincere eyes, somewhat at a loss. Mr. Edison, you may not know, but I have become partners with many servants in the first 4 singularities. I really like them, they have the courage to be heroes. At this time, Gudazi spoke in a timely manner. Miss Jean, who lost her power, still acted with us for the sake of her country. Emperor Nero, who was betrayed by everyone, still sang loudly. Miss Drake, who was not bothered by trifles and was not bothered by the secular world. Miss Drake, who had a unique power that surpassed ordinary servants. I was really happy to be with her. Mordred, Fran, and Anderson. It was because of everyone's hard work that we finally saved the singularity. After that, Gudazi stood up and walked in front of Edison. Hint: Wu Ming has already left Edison while Gudazi was talking. Gudazi held Edison's furry hand and said firmly, "Please cooperate with us, Mr. Edison." Edison looked at Matthew's smiling face, Wu Ming's hateful face, because of the Celtic forces, Helena's encouraging face for her friend, and Kana, who finally nodded. Edison nodded heavily. "Oh, Chaldea's master. From today on, we are partners. Oh. Seeing Edison posing like a Chinibya again, the people present did not feel awkward anymore. Instead, their faces were filled with joy, and the joy of having a new partner increased. Chapter 499. After officially deciding to work together to fight against the other forces, Edison roared, "Oh, I'm going to implement a 26-hour-a-day work system now," and left. He probably went to continue building mechanical infantry. After all, Edison's only purpose was to build mechanical infantry. Kana, on the other hand, greeted Gudazi, the master, leader, and left San Francisco to continue guarding Boise. After all, Wu Ming said that Denver might be the king of ghosts, Shutendoji, so he still had to go and guard it. In the end, only Helena, who was already sitting with Gudazi and Matthew, was left at the scene. Wu Ming could only smile bitterly. Should he say, as expected of women? They actually got along so well with each other so easily. Little Lixiang, it's all thanks to you guys for coming. Helena sat beside Gudazi, and held her hand as she spoke. Huh? Why do you say that? Gudazi expressed that she didn't understand at all. However, Wu Ming was already sure of one thing. Even if Helena and Kana did set up Edison, it was out of good intentions. Therefore, Helena and Edison allowed Wu Ming to do whatever he wanted. TSK, the lion head is so pitiful. While Wu Ming was sighing, Helena told him the reason. Actually, the reason why Edison became like this is because he received blessings from the past presidents of the United States. Helena's expression became a little sad. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could a human become a lion head? Actually, Edison wasn't like that, but those were the past presidents. After receiving their blessings, not only did Edison's appearance change, even his personality changed. He was willing to do anything for the United States, and he became abnormally egoistic. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Helena became happy. It could be said that it was because of your arrival that Edison was stimulated. Now, his personality has changed. Helena looked at Wu Ming gratefully as she spoke. After all, if it wasn't for Wu Ming's series of shameless, series of shocking actions, Edison might not have been able to completely change back. In that case, he could only rely on beating to make Edison return to normal. Wu Ming nodded, indicating that it was nothing. However, this gentleman's hooligan-like actions really gave me a fright. Helena couldn't stop laughing even though she said that she was scared. Wu Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, but Gudazi and Matthew felt awkward. I didn't think that assassin would do something like that. Although the outcome was pretty good, ahahaha. Gudazi laughed out loud. Matthew, on the other hand, blushed and didn't say anything. Hey, is this Mr. an assassin? I couldn't tell. Helena was a little surprised because of how Gudazi addressed Wu Ming. After all, Wu Ming had the temperament of a king and the aura of light like the sun. It was really hard to tell that he was an assassin. I'm indeed not an assassin. Tachika just called me that out of habit. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm really sorry, Madam Helena, you can just call me Celander. Wu Ming said as he bowed to Helena in an ancient Celtic salute. You're really a Celtic, eh? I thought you were joking just now. As a lady who had studied magic all her life, Helena naturally knew about Celander, the warrior in the Celtic myth, the long march to capture the bull. So, you're a lancer. When talking about the Celtic warrior Celander, one would definitely think of his holy spear, Yggdrasil, that was comparable to or even stronger than the magic spear Jayberg. However, Wu Ming shook his head in response to Helena's guess. I'm sorry. Because Maeve used the Holy Grail to distort me, I descended as a berserker this time. Berserker. Whether it was Helena, Matthew, or Gudazi, they all exclaimed in surprise. Helena was surprised that Wu Ming descended as a berserker, but he was full of knowledge and wisdom. She wasn't surprised that Wu Ming was a berserker. After all, Celtic followers basically had crazy behaviors, and they had the qualifications to become a berserker. Gudazi and Matthew really didn't expect Wu Ming to be a berserker. Although Wu Ming didn't say anything when he was in Riverton, looking at Wu Ming's appearance, it didn't seem like he was related to a berserker. I thought Senior Celander was a lancer or a ruler, Matthew, who was sitting on the other side of Gudazi, said softly. Gudazi stared at Wu Ming and nodded. On one hand, she agreed with Matthew's words, and on the other hand, she was blaming Wu Ming for hiding it from her. After all, you didn't ask me. Wu Ming instantly threw away the blame. Then, Gudazi's little face became angry, and she looked at Wu Ming with dissatisfaction. Wu Ming smiled bitterly, then walked behind Gudazi and stroked Gudazi's little head as if he was petting a cat. Only then did Gudazi's face regain a smile. You two are really close, Helena said with a smile as she looked at Wu Ming and Gudazi, who were like a pair of siblings. Indeed, Matthew also looked at the interaction between Wu Ming and Gudazi with slight envy. However, he didn't know whether he was envious of Wu Ming who could be so intimate with Gudazi, or envious of Gudazi who could enjoy Wu Ming's touch. Then, Matthew's cheeks turned red, and he quickly shook his head as if he was trying to get rid of the impure thoughts in his heart. Are you close? I don't think so. I think it's a normal relationship. Helena smiled helplessly as she looked at Gudazi rubbing Wu Ming's hand unconsciously again. She decided not to talk about it anymore. Did you know that the Superman potion that Mr. Celander destroyed just now could have instantly increased Edison's strength to the level of a first-class servant? Helena said as she looked at the broken test tube on the ground that had lost all traces of the potion. However, it was just a pity. She was more than happy. However, if Edison really used it, it wouldn't take long for his spiritual base to collapse. It's not something that ordinary people can use. Even if Kana used it, the after effects would be very serious. Gudazi's and Matthew's worried faces disappeared after Helena said that. They originally thought that Wu Ming's shameless behavior had destroyed Edison's trump card. However, since it was a trump card with super strong after effects, and Edison didn't say anything about it afterward, Gudazi and Matthew didn't have to worry about it. Indeed, Edison's Superman potion has super strong after effects. However, since it's a miracle potion from Edison, the king of invention, I think it still has some effect. Wu Ming took out a colorful potion from the golden ripples. It was Edison's Superman potion. Huh. Chapter 500. What's going on? I really did see you destroy the Superman potion. Helena looked at the remains of the test tubes on the ground as she spoke. Actually, one of the reasons why Helena didn't say anything or do anything was to let Wu Ming destroy the Superman potion. After all, this thing was too dangerous for Edison. As Edison's best friend, Helena didn't want to see her old friend go astray. Then, Wu Ming smiled. Test tubes can be created easily. With that, Wu Ming stretched out his hand, and a test tube that looked exactly like the Superman potion appeared in Wu Ming's hand. There was also the rainbow-colored Superman potion in it. After I got the Superman potion from Edison, I placed it in my relic space and created a replica in an instant to pass it off as the real thing. When Wu Ming took the Superman potion, there was a magical wave in his hand. It seemed like Wu Ming was afraid that the Superman potion wouldn't be damaged by a simple fall, but in fact, it was to fool others. After all, Wu Ming's Dragonist space could be big or small. He put the Superman potion in the Dragonist space with the help of the magical wave and created an identical test tube with the Create Green item. The rainbow-colored potion in the test tube was just the rainbow-colored water created by Wu Ming. It had no effect at all. Now, Wu Ming didn't even need to recite a spell to create such a small thing. It was a piece of cake for him. After all, from Edison's point of view, this Superman potion is also incomparably important. How can I casually destroy someone else's important trump card? It was also because of this that Wu Ming took the Superman potion and destroyed it so decisively. Wu Ming's move left Helena speechless. She could only shake her head with a bitter smile. Who would have thought that the test tube in front of her could be replaced in an instant? This is fate, I guess. However, I hope that you won't return this potion to Edison. I don't want my old friend to be in danger again. Helena smiled bitterly before pleading with Wu Ming. If that's the case, then I won't return it to him. With that, Wu Ming tossed the Superman potion into the air. Golden ripples appeared and swallowed the Superman potion. Wu Ming was a collector. Even if he did not use them, he would keep them in his relic as a souvenir. Then I'll thank you in advance. A childish smile appeared on Helena's face that did not match her actual age. It's getting dark. Tachika, why don't you stay here for the night? They started their journey early in the morning and left the Rocky Mountains a few hours later. They encountered Kana and fought him. Then, Kana led them to this place. By then, the sky had already begun to darken. In addition, the negotiation had taken a lot of effort, so the sky had naturally darkened. Looking at the completely dark sky outside, Gudazi naturally nodded. After eating the dinner that Wu Ming prepared in his relic space, Helena assigned the three of them a room. Wu Ming's relic space was really a utility room. There was everything, and the food ingredients would not spoil in the space. After all, there was magic power to maintain them. Therefore, using the Create Green item, Wu Ming casually created a kitchen and made a feast. Because of the aroma, Helena was attracted to eat with him. Even Helena in the 19th century was captivated by Wu Ming's food. Well, of course. After all, this was the food that could capture King Arthur's heart. Gudazi was a human and naturally needed to eat. Although Ma Shu was a demi-servant, she still had the habit of eating. Naturally, Wu Ming was the same. He wouldn't stop eating just because he didn't need to eat, unless there was no need to eat, just like when food was scarce, he would choose not to eat. However, the three of them did not see Edison during this period. It seemed that Edison was really going to implement the so-called 26-hour-a day. Originally, Gudazi wanted to talk to Wu Ming about their future actions, but Wu Ming refused. Wu Ming pushed Gudazi into the room with the excuse of resting when it's time to rest. At the same time, this also dispelled Roman's idea of talking to Wu Ming. He was very bored. Although Edison and Kana had left, Helena was still there. In order to prevent his sudden appearance from causing unnecessary hate, Roman had been listening by the side without saying a word. The night gradually deepened. Time passed. The next morning, Wu Ming knocked on Gudazi's door again and took her out. Although Gudazi had been protesting and condemning Wu Ming's behavior of not letting her sleep, Gudazi still obediently put on her clothes. Really, does Tachika usually like to sleep in? Wu Ming complained and asked Matthew, who was sitting beside him at the table. Hey, that Senior doesn't really sleep in. I think it's because Senior Cylinder is here that Senior can sleep in peace. In other words, because of Wu Ming's presence, Gudazi subconsciously slept in every day out of trust. Now that I think about it, being with Tachika is really like taking care of a slightly naughty sister. Wu Ming sighed and looked at Tachika, who had finished dressing and trotted over. Wu Ming's eyes were full of love. She was just an ordinary little girl with master aptitude, but she shouldered the burden of saving the world. How could she not be spoiled? Hey, Gudazi said a strange phrase, then sat on the other side of Wuming, opposite Matthew, and began to enjoy breakfast. It's a traditional Japanese breakfast. I didn't expect Assassin to know how to make it. Gudazi was surprised. Matthew was also surprised, but because of his shyness and his senior's absence, he didn't say anything. You know, I'm not dead yet. This servant's body is just a temporary body. I still have a sister in another world. If I don't know how to cook, my sister will run away with someone else. Wuming smiled and made a little joke. However, this was unexpected news to Gudazi and Matthew. Hey, Assassin, you actually have a sister? How old is she? What does she look like? Is she your brother? Gudazi was like a paparazzi, began to dig out Wuming's background. Okay, let's eat first. It's getting cold. I'll tell you these things later. Although Wuming said that the food would get cold, how could the magic-enhanced food get cold? He could only use it to scare Gudazi. Wuming said so. Gudazi didn't ask anymore and began to enjoy the food. Edison hasn't come out of the lab yet, so he had no chance to eat this delicious breakfast, and Helena refused the breakfast on the grounds that a delicious meal is enough. After all, servants eat because of lack of magic, and Helena, as a caster, hasn't reached that point yet. Since she said so, Wuming didn't insist. Then, Gudazi began to shout because of the breakfast. Oh, this miso soup is really delicious. Matthew, come and try this pickled vegetable. Tilda, this grilled snapper is so delicious. Saving people is worth it. Wuming listened to Gudazi's sigh and could only smile helplessly. The reason for saving people is to eat breakfast. If Roman heard what you said, he would shut himself up for a while. However, when it comes to eating, being happy is the most important thing. If she can't even eat, then it's too heavy for this little girl. On the other side, Lionhead's lab. Sniff. It seems that there's the smell of grilled fish. Is it because I'm too tired and hallucinating? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.